Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EuropaHalo and NaVi partnered 4K tournament. My name is Tudor, and alongside myself, for the first time making his open mic debut, it is none other than MrTeaNCrumpets. We are back for part number 2 of this spring series on our build-up over towards the finals by the end of next month, if I'm not mistaken. And it is sure to be a banger of a day that we have in store for you. I'm super duper excited, and I'm absolutely just wondrous, like absolutely just flamboyant and joyous to be joined with you on the desk for the first time, TNC.
Oh, thanks. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not usually used to being on this side of things. Usually behind the scenes doing all the admin stuff, but I'm excited to see how it goes today.
Yeah, as am I. We have got quite the action-packed schedule that we obviously have for you guys laid off in this particular Sunday afternoon. We are going to be starting things off with the upper bracket final, and we'll go ahead and just pull up the bracket for you guys on screen so you can take a look at all the festivities that we have in schedule for you guys. But we are going to be starting off with, as I said, the upper bracket final, which is going to be CatSmileGang going up against BH3, your current reigning Gamers Assembly LAN champions. And personally, I'm really excited about this particular spring series just because of the fact that we don't have EU's finest participating. NaVi, they've already got themselves a ticket booked in Open Series number 1. Quadrant are nowhere to be found today either. So things are going to get just a little bit more competitive, and it's fun to see, and it's going to be really exciting to see exactly how these less skilled teams are actually going to start climbing up that ladder, eventually making it up towards the stature of the two T1 teams.
Yeah, it's always nice to have these players who aren't typically amongst the top 4 get that opportunity to place well in tournaments, and this Navi 5K event is a pretty good opportunity for some of those players to get themselves some money. So hopefully we get to see some good Halo today.
Yeah, indeed.
And get some good matches.
Exactly. We're going to have plenty of matches, plenty of action. And with that being said, let's go ahead and actually dive into the rosters that we have available for you guys for our opening match of BH3 versus the side of CatSmile. We're going to get that GFX thrown up on your screen relatively quickly, but these are, well, 8 particular players that we shouldn't be any strangers to whatsoever. And then after we get this done and wrapped, we can actually hop into the map veto. Starting off on the CatSmile side, mixed European squad as are both. We've got Sonro, we have got Flubso, we have got Marine, and then rounding things off, we have also got Sove on the opposing side of the spectrum. It is Warlord, it is Squashy, it is Sunriz, it is Bastos, a couple of free-for-all superstars on that roster as well that have been basically keeping themselves warm in anticipation for today's competition.
Yeah, Bastos and Warlord in particular have pretty sure won a few of those Vector FFA tournaments that have been going on recently. So they're definitely not going to be rusty. Squashy, I think he's just come back into the scene a little bit. He took a little bit of a break after last season, but it's nice to see him back. And of course, it's always a pleasure to see CatSmile in any form.
Yeah, always super duper fun to see CatSmile back in the swing of things, back going through the motion of the ocean. And speaking of the motions, let's actually go ahead and see which war zones, which battlegrounds we're going to be visiting for our opening best of 5 game. We're going to get the map veto, the maps and modes available for you guys. We are going to start things off with King of the Hill on live fire. Following that, it is going to be Recharge Slayer. Our third confirmed map is going to be CTF Aquarius. Definitely a personal favorite of CptJamesForce, me less so, but yeah, CTF is always a heckin' good time. Map number 4 is going to be Strongholds on Streets, and then should we need it, should we ultimately require a 5th map if it goes all the way down there, it is going to be Slayer on the Pit, which I cannot wait to see personally. And given the lineup of these 2 particular squads, I feel like this is going to be a pretty close affair.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of players that ain't particularly too happy with that final map, but I quite enjoy it. It's a different way that players have to play Halo. It's slower. Some of the older players probably enjoy it a bit more than the newer ones. But it's a good layout. I'm looking forward to it, especially that CTF. I love a good CTF, me.
Yeah, as do I. So we are just about a few moments away from finally getting into the action itself. Just a couple of little lobby issues that are currently taking on in the background. And once we've got everyone within the lobby on the right side, we can go ahead and jump right into the action as well. But I'm really excited to see BH3 in particular. And when we take a look back at the Quadrant event, they didn't necessarily bring the goods in the fashion that we would have expected from one of the only teams that actually has a little bit of tangible LAN experience. As a 4-man roster, they were able to build up quite a hefty amount of chemistry in that physical environment, ultimately lifting the trophy out in France for Gamers Assembly. But when it came to the Quadrant event, it felt as if they kind of fumbled the bag, and the same thing can be said for the bits of action that took place last weekend as well in the first Open Spring series. I mean, they were knocked down into the lower bracket by NaVi, who ultimately went to go win out the entire damn thing. And then they were later eliminated by CptJamesForce, if I'm not mistaken, in the lower bracket semifinals. So BH3, they are, without a shadow of a doubt, looking for a little bit of redemption today.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that are pushing to try and get into that top 4 area of Europe. Now, hopefully they do, because they've got some good players on there like Bastos and Warlord, and they've been putting the work in all season long and even last season.
Yeah.
So hopefully it pays off today, and they can see themselves in the grand final, maybe get that event win.
Yeah,
It'd
definitely
be good for them.
It would be really good for them. It would be really good for the team as a whole. It would be really good for all of these individuals to regain that lost confidence that they just were able to actually pull out seemingly out of the blue last year. And don't get me wrong, as consistent as they have been performing right now, they are still vying for that spot of top dog. But let's go ahead and just stop with the tomfoolery, start with the waffling. We are ready to get right into the action right here, ladies and gentlemen. Opening engagement already starting to go off in the favor of Flubso, but he will unfortunately go down. I can see that, well, unfortunately, the feed hasn't quite swapped over, so you may have to stick around for a small little radio broadcast just for a hot second right there. We'll get that sorted out in absolutely no time. But as things stand right now, yes, King of the Hill. There we go. Now it should be on S7 already picked up by Squashy. He is looking for some heads to tap on, and he nicks the OS.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what he does with this, because he's got that sniper in the back pocket as well. Hasn't taken up a spot in that tower, probably because he's got that overshield on him. Maybe, no, going for a no-scope. There you go. Double kill, triple kill. That's well, not the triple. His teammate stole it from him. You have to have a word with him after this game.
Probably.
Hey, these are my kills, mate. I've got the sniper. I'm going for these clips.
You always have to respect the dibs, bro. That is just the law of engagements right here.
They've got a little setup here. Oh, it's King of the Hill. Sorry, I'm completely out of it. You know what? Blame it on the 21-hour admin shift that I did. All right, I'm still tired. Haven't recovered quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, usually the one thing that I do to combat a little bit of tiredness is just get a couple of espressos down me, and then I'm basically back into full form. It does seem as we have a couple of issues with some of the players. Some of them are kind of just moonwalking about, so we are going to quickly swap things off back to our beautiful, lovely faces. But for the time being, CatSmile, they did get off to a really grandiose start over there, bar the fact that Squashy was able to get himself that S7 and that overshield, as you mentioned, narrowly working his way up to a full triple that was just robbed of him at the very 11th hour right there. But if CatSmile Gaming choose to focus on the OBS in the opening segments as they did just right then and there, then it definitely helps them in setting the pace for how this match should ultimately be played. But they still let Squashy get away with a whole darn lot with all of the upgrades and the power weapons.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you have to decide what you want to do as a team. Do you want to prioritize getting an overshield and the sniper rifle, or going for the hill? I personally always feel like it's good to get those power-ups and those power items and then go for the objective, because then you have that slight advantage. You can get that extra time whilst the players are on respawn. And maybe they'll change their ways and prioritize that overshield a bit more instead of going for the hill and that. But you know, we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do this time.
Definitely so, because always the firefights that take place over towards the dummies and over towards that OS spawn, they always get really sketchy sometimes. And it gets even worse when you have that King of the Hill, or when you have that hill in particular start to make it through the rotation and eventually goes right on top of that OS spawn. I mean, we have seen a couple of very wonky captures in the past during the Quadrant event as well. I think probably one of the sort of biggest heists that I ever saw personally was during like one of the NaVi games as well, during the Quadrant event itself, where they were able to somehow get themselves an overshield and just sort of tank all of the incoming nades over towards that particular hill. So it is very much a valid tactic to employ as well. But yeah, as you mentioned, with the delayed spawn that you actually have between those two power items, it does make things just that much more, I guess the word that I'm looking for is probably intrinsic. It forces you to make the right decisions at the right times, and sometimes you have to break certain rules of engagements to get away with as much value as possible from those power items, which not every team is capable of.
Yeah, I was definitely a victim of that. I was horrible with the sniper when I played. It's not something I ever bothered picking up. I just let the people who have better shots than me use
Yeah.
it. So maybe maybe there's a specific person on this team that prefers having the sniper over something like the rockets. There's no rockets on this map anyway, are there?
No,
So
no.
the rockets are a bit irrelevant there. But yeah, still, they might be able to pick up the sniper, drop it for someone who can make better use of it.
Hmm.
Make sure you get the full use out of all the power weapons and everything that you have on the map that's available to you. I know some people don't like really using the entire sandbox,
Mm-mm.
but it is there. It
Yeah.
can be used. There's not as many GAs going about these days, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah,
So
neither am I. They've kind of been, left in the rear view mirror, all of those gentlemen's agreements that were definitely a thing of the past compared to last year as well. But yeah, I won't even bother to actually talk about all of you weirdos out there that like to rock the S7 and the heat wave that you can pick up down below in the basement. That is just an absolutely rancid combination of weapons that I wouldn't be able to pull off by myself, even if I really tried my darnest. But we are getting everything back up and running in the back end. We have just started and booted up the match, so we are going to be hopping back into the action, and we are going to have a full reset as well. So everything that the players have basically played for in those opening 60 to 90 seconds, completely irrelevant. We're going to be starting things off from scratch as it should be. And now, at the very least, that CatSmile have been able to get a sense of what exactly players such as Squashy and Warlord are capable of within those few couple of seconds, specifically Squashy with that S7. They can now maybe start to adapt to it just a little bit by trying to force out issues a little bit more.
yeah, it's. I mean, they've got a lot of work to do here. I feel like CatSmile. I don't want to put them down, but I don't really know two of the players with Zolvi and Flubzo. I've not really seen them too much. They've played in a couple of HCS events now. I know Zolvi plays pretty well. He's playing with as higher than hybrid. They got 6 in 1. So maybe these players are just sleeping giants,
Could be.
waiting for the right moment to strike and then place well, get their names out there, become the next Glory Almighty. You never know, but I think they've got quite a challenge ahead of them here against BH3.
Yeah, Sonro also going for a challenge of his own, and he will be body bagged quite rapidly by Squashy, who in turn is going to get disintegrated by that heat wave. Now it's Marine starting to turn up the heat, full control of that tower established, but not able to deny the OS pickup. Still, though, CatSmile done a pretty goddamn good job of getting all of the bits and pieces required so far, stripping that S7 out of the cold dead hands of Squashy, but they have lost out on the OS as Costos that full motion and the full work right here. Back onto Sonro, narrowly gets repulsed off the map through green, lightning the two-piece right there, and assumes full control of this building.
Yeah, it's a good example of the team who chose to prioritize the hill, get those objective points in whilst they still can, sacrifice the overshield for it. And this is another good example of how you should be going for these power-ups, because they do give you that trump card that you can play. It gives you that bit of advantage. Go in, off, get the hill sorted, get yourself some points. Now they're going to have to, or if they want to have CatSmile, they'll have to come back, break the setup that they've got here.
Yeah, and they have to do it in a hurry as well because, yeah, they are very damn close to actually getting enough progress to, well, lock themselves in the point right over here. And BH3 almost completely undermined all of CatSmile's effort right here to cap this green hill. For now, it's going to go uncontested, but the moment that CatSmile starts to contest it, Warlord is in the immediate position to just respond and tear the new one. Now he's going to capture it once again himself, and he's just edging this progress so damn much. CatSmile are getting absolutely no satisfaction with their own point cap right here. A lovely assist coming out from Sunriz on top of that, and that should narrowly be the first kill locked in, but the bombardment of HEs starts to come on through. CatSmile, they have to make a move, and I think it is the OS just to respond in the time as it got picked up by Sonro, and that's the first point locked in for CatSmile.
There's that trump card again. Activates that overshield, breaks the heal setup, takes the attention away from some of his other teammates, so he soaks up that damage. His teammates can get the shots in, get the people weak, kill them in the hill, and unfortunately we have another issue.
Yeah, it seems as if Bastos, by the looks of it, dropped from the server, which is a little bit unfortunate right there. But at the end of the day, I really, really do love what I saw from CatSmile right there. They weren't able to get themselves that first overshield that unfortunately did fall to Bastos, and he was able to just milk so much value out of it just when it was actually most required of him, because CatSmile, they were about like 90% of the way to rocking in that and locking in that first point. Bastos comes in, slaps the OS on his chest, and just gets himself a few multis right there, physically right behind green, to start actually giving BH3 an absolute chance of coming back into it. But then CatSmile, they played the patient game, and they played it to absolute perfection, waiting for the next OS spawn to come on through. You had Sonro just immediately grab that all to himself, and then he came in and absolutely steamrolled through BH3 like they've never seen him before.
Yeah, and I do believe that score was 1-0. So
yeah,
we're going to probably see a 4-3 restart here. And since, you know, it was 1-0, usually you take that off of what you need. And that's usually the restart rules for King of the Hill.
Yeah.
It seems the players have been informed. They're all good with it. Hopefully we'll get this game started back up as soon as possible for you, because we don't really want to be left waiting for too long, do we?
No, definitely not. It does seem as if it might take a hot moment before we can actually get properly back into the action, though. So we are going to cut things to a short little break and determine whether or not we are going to be starting things off again with an aggregate scoreline. Please bear with us. We'll be back with the continuation of King of the Hill in just a few moments. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We are back in King of the Hill, and we are going to be continuing things off with a 1-0 aggregate in favor of CatSmile as they locked in that first hill over towards green. We will be replaying that hill, but it is completely fine. Warlord trying to make some moves out on the S7 and his life. Oh, it's Marine simply put Squashy right 6 feet under. What a cracker of a shot coming out from him to open things up.
He's got that CatSmile gaming buff with him. It's a lovely shot. I'm not quite sure what people are doing here. I guess the overshield was taken. Nope, there we go. It's taken now. Double melee. Easy kill. Walks away with it. Well, no more overshield, but at least he denied it for the other team. I'd rather have no overshield myself and make sure the enemy team don't have the overshield than have him walk away with it uncontested. Place there. What's this? Got Marine with the sniper. See if he can get a couple cheeky headshots here. This is the first one, and this is the second.
Not exactly the play that we would expect to come out from him is, well, CatSmile once again back to no good as they have almost locked in another point. BH3 now to respond as well with a little bit of hill control as we have Flubso trying to reclaim control of that bridge, a pivotal part of the map, because then you can actually just maintain Overwatch over green as well, and he will now be given a little bit of space to work with. Has to deal with the threat that is underneath. Squashy making moves and narrowly gets away with his life as BH3 now nearly succumb to a full team wipe. It's just Sunriz left to actually contest, and he is in Narnia. This should be a second point locked in right now for CatSmile as they hit 2-0.
Yeah, there you go. Point confirmed. And moving over to the fight for overshield, as that's up in 10 seconds. You want to make sure they can get that cheeky little trump card. Sacrificed a few bit of heal time. That's fine though. Trying to watch as many lanes as he can by himself. Not sure where his teammates are.
Ooh. Dead. Staring at the respawn screen by the looks of it, and it is Squashy to get away with the OS. Now take the fight directly to CatSmile, get right up in their faces, up close and personal, as we do have a sign of life now coming out from BH3. It was CatSmile to build up a little bit of progress on top of that, but now while this overshield is still active, Squashy needs to maximize its potential. Lovely frag picked up onto Zove as well, and he's got a little bit of backup in the form of Bastos and Squashy to now bail him out as well. Marine looking to try to take the fight directly to that lower staircase side, but it's Bastos right on the money, and they've isolated all of CatSmile down towards those dummies, and this is brilliant coming out from BH3, playing the map and assuming full control.
Yeah, they get themselves some nice hill time here. Get that set up. Wait, have a look out for the spawners, where they'll be. Watch the lanes. Call them out as soon as you see them. Get your shots in, keep them at bay, and then you've got this hill in the bag, and you've brought it back to 1-1. Still, CatSmile will have that extra point due to the restart, but you want to get some points on the board to win the game. That's what you got to do.
Squashy now down below, lower sniper tower, and he will eventually get cleaned up. The S7 will be recovered by Flub, so it was dropped by Squashy, or excuse me, by Bastos, I think, just a few moments ago. Sunriz didn't stand a chance in hell to win that engagement versus Marine, and now CatSmile, well, on their way to actually lock in a third point, once again, just going through the motions, riding a wave of momentum that they carried since the start of this game, and there it is, a hat trick of Hills already scored, and look at the movement coming out from Flubso right there. Ridiculous to just close off that gap. On top of that, OS just a few moments away from being spawned, and CatSmile, they are more than happy to give away a little bit of hill progress to get away with that OS. It's a full team wipe. It's all but CatSmile right here. They are just rocking it.
Yeah, it's not looking good for BH3. Their heads are truly on fire. It's unfortunate that they've not been able to really get things going this match. Maybe the restart meshed with them a little bit. Some teams can't really cope with keeping up the momentum that they had in before the restart. Maybe this is one of those teams. But CatSmile looking like they're going to get this fourth hill in the bag.
Yeah,
they're well on their way to winning the series.
Warlord did have something to say about it right there for a hot second, but he's just been smacked down as Zove gets his 5th in a row, potentially a 6th locked in as well. But Squashy willing to keep BH3 alive in this opening map just for a little bit longer. Hill about to be recontested unless BH3 can get 2 feet planted, which they can't. It does go to CatSmile as they take this opening map 4-0 with the aggregate since the restart as well. That is an absolutely bombastic and flawless performance coming out from them to kick things off. BH3 unfortunately not really being part of the conversation whatsoever. We did have a couple of really good individual moments coming out from Squashy, Sunriz, basically the whole lot of them, but that team cohesion from BH3 just wasn't up to par.
Yeah, it's a bit more surprising that as well, because I don't think these 4 players on CatSmile have teamed together before. I know Squashy is subbing in for Marcos, I believe it is, but you'd expect that BH3 have a bit more teamwork and they're able to at least have a bit more of an impact on the game than a 4-0 scoreline would suggest. But well done to CatSmile. They've shut me up. I did put them down and say that I didn't think they would be winning this series, but they've got their foot forward and they're moving in the right direction. So well done to them, and we'll see if they can keep this up in the Game 2 Slayer.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see exactly what Slayer holds for us. If the scoreline is anything to go off of, with Zove dropping 13 kills over the course of what was a very, very short King of the Hill game, just post-reset as well, being the only player in the server to actually hit double digits, is very, very indicative of what CatSmile's performance actually could look like for the rest of the series, because throughout that entire Koth game, they were just enabling Zove to basically just go absolutely ham. He was ice cold. He was nothing but a well-oiled machine, and so was the rest of CatSmile right there. Just plenty of opportunities created for Zove to capitalize upon, and if they can keep that exact same status quo moving into Recharge Slayer right now, then there isn't a shadow of a doubt in my mind that they won't be able to take a 2-0 advantage in terms of map count.
Yeah, he really did pop off, Zove. I think he ended the game on 11 kills, 7 deaths, and 7 assists. And I personally do prefer it, seeing a player get a lot of assists and a team get a lot of assists. It really does highlight that a team is working together and they're working together well. And to win games, that's really what you have to be doing. Well, here we go, loading into the Game 2, sorry, Recharge Slayer. Now, I usually have a saying here, and I'm always saying this behind the scenes, that if a team wins the Slayer, that doesn't really mean too much, because the lesser team wins the Slayer. But the team that I thought was the lesser team has gone on and won the objective, so maybe they'll win the Slayer as well.
Could definitely happen. Yeah, although it is Zove, the top fragger of the previous game, to get shut down first, as Sonro and Flubso in tandem with one another do get away with a nice little 2-piece themselves. They also have just snagged that active camo, so BH3 have absolutely no idea who exactly has slipped into the shadows. It is Marine himself, and he's gonna put that shock rifle test to use. He finds not 1 but 2 frags right there, shocking them and just striking fear into the hearts of BH3 right from the get-go.
Yeah, these are very feral kitties here. They're not the ones that you just sort of take on your lap. They're calm, they're nice and purring. These people, these cats are aggressive. They're going for the win. They truly believe that they can go on and win this series, and hopefully we get to see some more headshots like that, because those 2 shots by Marine were chef's kiss. They were beautiful.
They were just about as close to perfection as you could get. Now, Squashy looking to take a page out of Marine's book, as he has got the shock rifle with about 4 shots left in. Grapple hook as well to just instantly bump them across the map. And now, target locked. Not quite so. Marine just narrowly scampers away out of line of sight from this shock rifle that is still just looking for a victim to find. But there's Zove completely decimated as he turns the corner. Squashy finally gets himself on the leaderboard, finds his first frag, and now doubles up as he shuts down Sonro. One more burst left in that, narrowly finds Zove, and he's going to continuously bully him with that VR for just a little bit longer, but he's stranded alone on elevator, and there's a little bit of heat coming his way. I don't think he'll survive this at all.
Yeah, he might need to get out of here really quick and use that grapple hook he's got. It doesn't look like he'll do that. Oh, maybe. Being a bit sneaky. Ah, unfortunately dies there. It was a good attempt, though. I did mention you should be using that grapple hook to get out of there, especially if you know that you've got 2 people being pushed onto you, which hopefully was communicated by his teammates. So now they're fighting for the camo down here. Fortunately, dies straight away. 2 down for CatSmileGang.
Yeah, and I think that's nearly a full team wipe coming on through. I do believe that it is. Yeah, Squashy holding on to the AC for the time being. And it's all even Steven right now. 17 kills apiece between BH3 and CatSmile. Not one team looking better than the other, beside a few and a couple of those individual moments. Let's see exactly what Squashy can do now that he can also lurk behind in the shadows. He is going to reaggress through this elevator side where the majority of the CatSmile side is concentrated, narrowly gets stuck, and he's going to have to just wait before he can tame these little kitty cats. Plasma tossed out. That should be a nice little 2-piece picked up right there as he shuts down both Marine and Flub, so it is BH3 to pull out first.
Yeah, that's another team wipe as well. I think that might have been the 2nd or 3rd one so far in the game. It's pretty impressive when you look at how many deaths have been in the game. You wouldn't think that there'd be so many team wipes given how low they are. We're not even at the halfway point. But I guess the teamwork is finally starting to happen for these guys. It's clicked. They're working together well. They're team shooting, watching the angles, and it's paying off for them.
Yeah, it's the BH3 that we would have wanted to see earlier in King of the Hill, but just weren't present for whatever reason it might have been. At the very least, they have brought out the goods right here on Slayer. The gloves are off, and they're willing to get into a bare-knuckle brawl this time around. As the respawns come on through, CatSmile find themselves over towards Whirlpool and Pit, and they're trying to force the issue. Sunriz caught in a 1v2. Brilliant chemistry coming out from CatSmile, but it is still BH3 to hit that halfway mark first, as Bastos is looking for his 2-piece, will collect it, and now to just chime in and get back in on the fun, gets away with that shock rifle. Can he hit the no-scope? Nah, he will get shut down and punished for his previous crimes, as we do see CatSmile start to stabilize a little bit, but it's still all BH3 for the time being.
Yeah, it's only a 5-kill gap at the moment. That's very easy to close down, especially in Halo Infinite. But they'll have to...
Oh, what was that?
And remote detonation, double kill, completely off screen. That's so unfortunate that we missed that. You don't see those every day.
No, you rarely see that every day. I mean, the fact that he also got a 2-piece out of just shooting idle plasma grenades, I don't think I've ever seen that just even pop up in a kill feed ever in my entire life. It's a shame we didn't catch that on camera, but I'm pretty sure one of these players is probably going to upload that on the TL a little bit later on the evening, so we probably will get to feast our eyes exactly on what happened right there. But CatSmile now, as you mentioned, close off that gap. It was at 5 just a few seconds ago. Now it's all the way down to 2 and 1, and CatSmile equalizing things back up again. BH3 fumbling the bag a little bit in the last couple of engagements, as they are now stuck inside of that service tunnel, needing to regroup and recuperate before they take another follow-up engagement. Flubso waiting for his shields to come back online as Marine strikes down Sunriz, and that is about all you could ask for coming out from Flubso as well, playing his life to secure a melee trade.
Yeah, it's a close game. There's not much more you can really say about that. It's 32-32. Yeah, you can't really count a team out with a 5-kill gap. You can't take your foot off the gas. You do have to keep going. You have to make sure that you're doing what you need to do to win the game. And I guess they've just let up a little bit, and CatSmile have taken advantage of it. They've pushed and pushed and pushed, and now they've got a 1-kill lead in the game. Possibly, there you go, 2-kill lead. Fighting the pipes here. Whole team fight. Could get another wipe.
could potentially get another wipe. CatSmile looking a little bit, well, they're not looking all too good right now, but they still maintain that score advantage as the active camo has indeed come back online. All of these 8 players are going to have to redirect their attention towards this power item to see if they can get it under their belts. It has disappeared off the HUD, and it does seem as if it is, I think, yeah, Marine to actually once again snag it for the second time in this Slayer game, as we do have CatSmile hit 40 kills. All they need is just 10 more, make that 9, as Marine adds another to the tally. Now sights turned over towards Squashy, but he will succumb to that shock rifle. Now Squashy, well, he's got to be the playmaker right here. He has got to be the man to get BH3 back into the swing of things, to reestablish a lead for BH3. If they don't want to go 2-0 down in this series, he's going to have to go absolutely nuclear. But the first shock rifle shot misses, but it is still Boss Sauce to deliver once again with the 2-piece.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's got to make sure that he uses this shock rifle correctly. Because it's a 1-kill gap game, and you've got 3 shots in there. That's potentially 3 kills if you hit all in the head. Fight over here in tower, gets a double kill. The gap is increasing ever so slowly. BH3 back in the lead. That's what they wanted.
What they needed as well, because CatSmile, they were for a hot second right there, they actually had a 5-kill gap that they were strongly maintaining, and they've been able to once again close that off just a little bit more. Now Sunriz, well, out of the frying pan and back into boiling water, it seems, as he gets smacked down. It is Squashy to lob out a couple of the grenades as a primary deterrent, but he still will get picked up, unfortunately for him, by Marine. 45-46, and now both of these 2 squads effectively find themselves one team wipe away from securing a W. They're going to have to start once again packing up and start moving together as cohesive units. Squashy to lay down Overwatch fire from pipes. He will shut down Zove as well. Sunriz to move on through. All they need is just one more kill, and Flubso, the last surviving member on the CatSmile side, definitely isn't long for this world whatsoever. It is BH3 to come back swinging on Slayer. It was super close. They found themselves at a massive disadvantage, but despite all of the crap that got thrown their direction, they were still able to reestablish a lead and take it all to themselves.
Yeah, it's good to see that they didn't make it all this way into the winners' final only to get 3-0'd. I don't think anyone really likes watching the 3-0s. We always love a good close series, and this was one of them. You know, it was back and forth. You had BH3 and CatSmile having the lead at various points throughout the match, and then ultimately BH3 ended up walking away with the win on top there, and it's good to see. And here we've got some of the stats we can look at over here.
Yeah, it was also really good to see they're gone, but if we could actually get those pulled up back on screen for a second, which we might not be able to happen, but either way, it was really, really good to see just from the numbers alone that there wasn't necessarily one star performer from either squad that was doing the majority of the heavy lifting and would have needed to book an appointment with the chiropractor afterwards, but everyone was basically on even footing. The lowest amount of kills that I saw was just 10, and the highest that I saw was 14. It really goes to show that these 2 teams are playing as close to perfection as possible. They are playing as a cohesive unit. They are basically right in sync with one another. For a while right over there, it was CatSmile, they were in the lead, and it was just constantly being tugged back and forth by themselves in BH3. They do eventually tie things up as we move into Aquarius CTF, and I think from all of the maps that we technically have available in this veto, this is going to be the most telltale as to which direction this best of 5 is going to sway.
Yeah, and the capture the flags are always my personal favorite. I always love the symmetrical maps. I always love the objective stuff. It's different things to focus on for teams, when really you kind of just need to make sure you're still getting your kills and you're pushing your advantages when you get them. You're still getting the power-ups. It's still Halo at the end of the day, and you've got to make sure you're doing those fundamental basics if you're going to end up winning any game.
Yeah, and just as we saw in the previous game, excuse me, from Marine, who was constantly able to get away with that active camo 2 times at the very least, if I can count, that is. I don't know. I didn't really pass preschool, but he got away with 2 active camos as a bare minimum. If he's able to actually deliver that same amount of map and util control again right here on Aquarius, then he can definitely get CatSmile back into the swing of things so they can take the lead all to themselves. It is Warlord to drop down over towards mid. Squashy is having a bit of a nightmarish engagement himself inside a lower blue, as CatSmile now are going to assume control of mid. They have got the AC. They've got all the pieces of the puzzle that they need to maybe start a flagpole right here.
Yeah, it's always good to make sure you've got that camo, especially on capture the flag. You could go for a really sneaky run. If you're holding the flag, you're completely invisible when you're walking with the flag. Some people like to do that. I used to do it all the time when playing on Argyle when that first came out.
It's super ratty.
Yeah, it's so sneaky, it's so frustrating, but it's hilarious as you're walking through the middle of the map. Everyone's frustrated because they can't find you and you're just laughing your way back to a cap. But they didn't do that. They decided to run it the conventional way on the left side. And then there was another team wipe, so that it's pretty much done.
Yeah, not really the payout that CatSmile would have been expecting from utilizing that AC to go for the flagpole. Sure, they got it quite far, narrowly making it all the way back to their home base, but BH3's resistance was just a little bit too tough for them to overtopple, unfortunately enough. Sonro has made his way back into the home base to just once again help his teammate out in defeating Squashy. He does get the trade off on Flubzo as well, but now the whole host of HEs being tossed in his general direction through that center portion of the map inside of Hydro. He does isolate Warlord. Easy little pickup for him. Redirects his attention towards Bastos, but doesn't win out in that 1v1. He gets smacked down instead by Marine, as the active camo was about 8 seconds away from being back online. Blue Courtyard pinged out, and that is Sunriz also falling to what was a near perfect kill. And it is Flub so close enough to just snag that AC once again. Now that all of the threats have been dealt with, he can just get away with the active camo once again.
Yeah, we'll see if he can make any good use of it this time. And my feed has frozen, so you'll have to take the lead here for a little bit whilst I try and get that started.
We can definitely get that sorted out in the back end and get you back into the swing of things, no problem whatsoever. But so far, CatSmile, they have been doing an absolutely brilliant job of getting as many of those ACs under the belts as humanly possible. They basically collected each and every single one of them as they came back off the respawn timer, but they still haven't yet been able to translate that into any tangible success right here in CTF. They only had one flagpole. Only one flagpole between both teams, mind you, as well. It has been a very, very slow opening 3 minutes of CTF so far. Constant engagements, constant gunfights taking place. Both teams just vying for map control, but no one really being able to convert that into a single point. The stick comes on through as well. That is Marine to fall by the looks of things, as Warlord is, well, inching his way ever so closely towards going for that flagpole, but for the time being, still nothing to be found. Flubso as well narrowly gets away with his life on top of that, but Squashy will clean up. Sunro, ooh, little bit of a jump scare right there, but Warlord keeps his, well, he keeps his head calm, cool, and collected as he prevails. Gets away with a two-piece on top of that as we hop on with Zove once again. We did see a little bit of a flagpole come on through just moments ago, but it still, once again, has barely made any progress whatsoever as Zove is looking to ramp up the heat a little bit more. Sunriz gets away with his life, but he's got the heat wave, can't make the shots land, and Zove, worst time for him to stick the reload as he gets smacked down.
Yeah, the teamwork for BH3 is really paying off. It's a very noticeable difference, and I think it's probably the reason why they keep getting these team wipes that have happened fairly frequently in the past 2 games. You usually don't see those unless a team is working together to press the weak players when they're weak and make a collapse when it's needed. You can't just keep running at people mindlessly unless you're a Legend or Seeker or one of these, top players. You do have to work as a team sometimes, especially when there's 2 teams like this that are so similar in terms of skill. There's not one team that's absolutely destroying the other. They're very close in everything, like we saw with the Slayer. Everything from kills to assists and deaths was all very level-headed. It's all very the same. So you can't be doing any of these solo god plays. You've got to work as a team in these sorts of games, especially on a capture the flag.
As Carter once said, leave that lone wolf stuff behind. CatSmile narrowly actually getting away with a breakthrough, but they were wiped just moments ago. Now BH3 back on the aggressive, back on the offensive as well, as they're starting to inch their way a little bit further down back into enemy territory. CatSmile willing to pump the brakes just a little bit to maintain control of the map for the time being. Warlord may have just spotted out a gap to actually close off. He's isolated Marine and gets away with the frag on top of that. Attention turned over towards Survey, but despite the usage of the thruster pack, he can't get himself out of hot water. He does eventually go down, but with a full team white coming on through, Marine just freshly respawned. Squashy goes for the flagpole.
Yeah, smart move there to just drop that flag, leave it out for a bit, go back, shoot the spawners, get the pressure down on them, get them weak so they can't run out and stop the flag cap. But as you can see here, they've pushed in on the other side of the map. They're trying to do whatever they can to hold that flag. But Squashy's already gone. He's already in the base. They're a bit too late.
It hasn't been capped yet, though. There is still a real possibility for CatSmile to maybe deter this. It's very, very uncomfortable right now for BH3 to get themselves at flag cap, and Flubso gets backsmacked. That was the defining kill right there for Warlord, or excuse me, for Squashy to actually sneak in. If it wasn't for him picking up that frag, I doubt BH3 would have been able to score themselves that point, and they do get away with the AC just as it once again comes back online. Now they hold on to all the cards, and with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left to go, a point already scored, Sunriz could very well just swipe the rug from underneath the feet of CatSmile again.
Yeah, there you go. He tried the sneaky play with the camo, but unfortunately there was someone right in front of him. Got him caught out. That's a bit of a shame that. It would have been nice to see one after I'd mentioned it earlier on. But I appreciate the effort. Appreciate the effort, Sunriz.
I think he also did get a perfect kill, just as he also dropped the flag as well. So he could have very much just continuously carried that all the way back to home base. But yeah, no, CatSmile quick to respond on top of that. Bastos looking for the 2-piece as, well, Sunro continues to evade him just a little bit longer. It will eventually be secured on top of that, but the respawns are something that BH3 have struggled to control in the last minute or so, not quite being able to once again reestablish the dominance that we saw from them earlier in the CTF, but they've still got that 1 point under their belt as a buffer. They can just, the longer that this game goes on, in the current situation of a stalemate, that timer is going to start working as a 5th player in the favor of BH3. CatSmile, they're going to need to get themselves a flag cap real soon. Potentially even by yesterday, they should have got themselves an equalizing flag cap, and they're going to have to start working overtime to tie things up.
Yeah, I think more of what they need to be doing here is working together more as a team. You can kind of see it reflected in the assist stats. The BH3 have 2 people above 10 assists, and almost a third person is on 10 double-digit assists as well. So you can clearly see through that BH3 are working together really well to hold their lead and make sure that they are listening to each other's call-outs, paying attention to the little things. And CatSmile just need to be doing those little things. They often seem like something you shouldn't really be doing to some people, or some people just don't put the effort into paying attention to that little stuff. But it makes a difference. It really does.
Devil's always in the details, as they typically say. CatSmile dropping 2 kills in the kill feed, but as I say that, a flagpole actually, well, starting to be put in motion by Sunriz, but he does get shut down. Sunro doing a brilliant job of, well, halting that flagpole right in its tracks, and he will redirect his attention once again towards Bastos. Picks up an easy frag on top of that. Sunro is having one hell of a good time right now. He's basically having a field day, and he's just going to continuously cranking things up to 11. Has Squashy isolated, finds the kill on top of that. Flagpole has been facilitated. BH3 nearly completely wiped as well. This is the prime opportunity, if I've ever seen one, for CatSmile to tie things up basically at the 11th hour. Just a few more meters for them to go before they lock in their first point. And there you have it. CatSmile, they tie things up in a blood-soaked bow. And with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to go, it could still be anybody's game.
Yeah, that was kind of a perfect flag cap, really. You get the numbers, you watch for where they spawn, keep eyes on that corner, shoot the spawners as soon as they try running out, and you just see the flag home nice and easy. You couldn't get a better flag cap than that. That was beautiful.
It was just as it should have been, by the book, by CatSmile. And BH3, they are quick to respond. They do get a flagpole off, but it will be quickly shut down once again by Warlord. Racks up a 2-piece, narrowly the third, actually, from the grave. the AG blows up and sends Marine sky high on top of that. Brilliant defense coming out from him as Bastos is looking to once again ramp up the aggression, but the flag will continuously be pulled by Squashy. He's narrowly got the cap. 2 players to run this one in, and that is BH3 locking in a second point right here. They re-established the lead that was just ripped away from them by CatSmile, and now time is truly starting to become a factor. The pressure that is now being applied to CatSmile's shoulders is insurmountable as they have just under 100 seconds left to go.
Yeah, I mean, you should keep your heads in the game though. They shouldn't panic too much. Just keep doing the basic things right, and then you'll get the flag cap in the end. It doesn't take too long to get a flag capture, so it's not completely over for them yet. They just need to keep their heads in the game, get back onto the horse, and then hopefully they can get another cap, because I think it'd be great to see these guys go to overtime.
It would be great to throw all of regulation out the window and just break all of the rules in an overtime scenario. But I feel as if that might just start to elude CatSmile with every frag that is being set down by BH3. At this certain stage, all they have to do is park the bus. There is no reason for them to even go for a third flag cap. Just shut down all of these, well, all of these lone stars on the side of CatSmile as they are trying to creep their way in towards enemy territory. 40 more seconds left for BH3 to hang on, and they continuously find favorable 2v1s. Squashy and Sunriz now, the last 2 anchors, the last 2 bastions to hold down the fort. The flag has been pulled by Flubso, but he narrowly gets away with it as Marine comes in clutch to bail him out. Flubso might actually have an opportunity right here. 20 seconds left, but the heat is getting a little bit too high. He gets shut down by Warlord, and now with BH3 trying to get themselves within that flag radius to secure the return, CatSmile might still have an opportunity to pull it themselves. They actually get their hands on the flag, and they need to continuously hold on to it. Well, the timer, it hits 000, and now it's sudden death. All they need is this one cap, and they force overtime. BH3 are not out of the woods just yet.
All I'm going to say is I called it. I wanted to see an overtime, and they must have heard me. They must have thought, you know what, we'll get him the overtime. See if we can take this in the overtime. The assists are a bit mental on BH3 side. I mean, 18, 17, and 14. The 3rd best player for assists on that squad has the most that CatSmile have to offer.
Yeah.
So it seems they're still struggling with the teamwork, CatSmile. They were getting a bit desperate on that last flag, but in the end it worked out for them, so fair play. You can't really knock it if it works.
No, it's just all in means to an end, and truth be told, you did kind of manifest that one into reality, bro, right there. Asking for an OT, and boy, oh boy, did they answer your prayers. Warlord still once again fully basically encapsulated in the shadows himself, and he will get away with 1 frag, but can't secure the melee trade, unfortunately enough, as it's all down to Sunriz to stave this off a full team wipe for just a few more seconds as Bastos and Squashy are back in the swing of things, not staring at that respawn screen once more. And we still have 4 minutes left to go. I don't feel as if we're going to somehow get away with a clown flag pull that could just suddenly end the game off within the next 30 seconds. This one is going to be slow. This one feels like it's going to be much more labored, as has been this entire CTF game so far, with Squashy currently on board with him, narrowly finding the kill onto Flubso, and he will go for the chase, spots him out. An easy pickup right there, but the sizzle sticks are going to harass the hell out of them as we have BH3 trying to make moves. They do get away with the flag pull themselves as Sonro's shields are stripped. He will take down Warlord as he hits a dirty 30 in the killing department so far, and a nice perfect kill being dished out by that sidekick.
Yeah, there's 3 dead on the side of BH3 though, so CatSmile should really try to push this advantage, get a bit of map control, figure out where they're spawning, and apply the pressure where you can. They're definitely going to want a flag cap in this. They've brought it back. I think most people were thinking the CatSmile would sort of not get it to an overtime, but they've done the hard part. Now they just have to see it out.
Yeah, exactly. They've already well, just kind of cranked the door open as it was being shut right at their feet by BH3, and now they have an opportunity to return the favor. Sunriz still has the active camo, and he's going to try to milk every ounce of potential from it as humanly possible. BH3, they have got a flag out in the open, out in no man's land that they can potentially work with. It will, well, an attempted tap on the flag does come on through from Sunriz, but he gets smacked down, and that flag is just seconds away from being reset unless Bastos, nah, he has nothing to do about it. Sonro actually beat him to it, and he will have to tuck tail and head for the hills as he gets shut down, unfortunately enough. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, and it is still even Steven. Still, neither one of these two squads able to truly break free of the other's clutches yet. But it is CatSmile to go for a flagpole, and Sonro's in the prime position to respond and try to capitalize, but Squashy, brilliant defense to put a leash on the Cats.
Yeah, I think the defense here is just a little bit too strong for BH3, and I've mentioned it multiple times already, but those assists, they show that this team are working together and responding to when something is called out, and you can't just be trying to do these solo flag runs. You need to be getting those numbers and doing what they did earlier. Get those numbers, watch for where they spawn, and then shoot the spawners as they're trying to run out and stop the flag cap, and you'll be smooth sailing.
Yeah, more or less. It has been really difficult for them to deliver on that particular regard, but it's still early days in the winner bracket final. Only in game number 3 is where we find ourselves, and even if CatSmile aren't able to close it off here, they've still got potentially 2 more maps to see themselves rise and actually book themselves a ticket into that grand final eventually. But still, both teams basically deadlocked as they are once again locking horns with one another. It is Marine to once again deliver a 2-piece as he climbs his way back up towards mid. He's got Bastos isolated and just slaps him back down. Well, active camo will be recovered, I believe this time, narrowly by Sondra. I think he just got shut down as he actually activated that. So BH3, they burn a valuable piece of utility, and CatSmile now left wondering, how are they supposed to get a flagpole without the advantage of that AC?
Yeah, it's the only power weapon on the map, really, and if you're in such a tightly contested match as this, that could be the thing that wins you the game. So it's very unfortunate that they were unable to run away with that. You saw that they really tried to prioritize that. They had 3 people up there compared to BH3's 1, who managed to get the burn on the camo in the end. So well done to BH3 again. They're doing all of the little things that they need to do to make sure that they're still in this game.
5 more seconds until we hit 000 on the timer, and still BH3 unable to break through. Clock and the time itself will expire. We do end off overtime 1 in a tie, meaning that we will have to potentially run it back and do it all over again, as no one has been able to get themselves that 3rd flag point just yet. It has been quite the ride so far, and it's a bit of a shame that no one has been able to actually close it off in regulation just yet.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I shouldn't have suggested that we go to overtime.
Maybe not.
We're done now, and we're moving on to the next game. Some people might be sick of seeing Aquarius CTF, but we're going to have to go to a replay here. And I believe it is a first cap rule wins here. So they don't have to play the entire time, which is nice. It'll just be whoever wins maybe that initial round of slays, gets the camo, and then uses it in the right way. Could see the game end real quick here, or we could see it drag out a bit long like we did with the overtime.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. This is probably the first time that I found myself in this kind of scenario where neither squad was able to actually close it off within regulation of overtime. And I'm not exactly sure how the time is technically supposed to work here, because if we have to sit through potentially another 15 minutes of CTF before we actually crown ourselves the winner, I'm just going to, well, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I can tell you that my brain will basically be turned to goop. So we're not, it is like the first time we've ever been in this kind of situation, whether or not we have to deal with just like 4 minutes, 5 minutes of CTF as we do within a standard bit of overtime, or if we have to do it for a whole 12 minutes again. We're not quite sure on the rules, besides the fact that it is just sudden death. The first flag cap to win will take game 3 altogether and take an advantage in that scoreline of 2-1. But so far, yeah, both teams have been playing their absolute brains out, but in overtime, just still the inability for either one of these two teams to close it off, it is going to start wearing and tearing on them a little bit. Now we have to start having the conversation about whether or not both of these two teams still have enough gas in the tank to actually keep this going.
Yeah, I've got some bad news for you, mate.
Mm.
It is full-time replay.
Uh-oh.
Those are the CTF restart rules. It's just first cap win, normal time. So hopefully for your sake that we do see it out nice and early. Hopefully they do something with the camo here. Have a good start in strat. Get some good teamwork going. Team shot everyone. Team wipe, easy flag cap, done, dusted. Let's move on to the next one.
Exactly. The only thing that was missing from the entire statement was the forehead emoji afterwards. And, you know, that's probably the one thing that I would like to see spammed in Twitch chat as we do hop back into the action. It is sudden death. It is one flag cap to rule them all right here between CatSmile and BH3. Who can see the other out the door first? Well, that is the question that will be answered potentially in just a few moments or by the end of the 12-minute timer. The flag has already been pulled though by CatSmile. Marine going to get away with his life, and BH3 coming in with a flag cap of their own. Bastos is in close proximity to respond, but he's got to deal with Blood, so can't get it done. But Warlord and Squashy, they each dish out a kill of their own, and they will secure their own return first, as Warlord was trying to run that flag a little bit further, and now Squashy has to respond. Worst time to reload and dump the mag, but Bastos comes in for the two-piece cleanup as well. But still, CatSmile, they are just amping things up yet again. Sunriz, he actually gets two hands on the flag just as it was about to be returned. This could potentially be it right here for BH3. Hop up and pass towards the top end, and that is the flag already capped by BH3, and they take all of Aquarius CTF right here.
There we go. A little over a minute, and that teamwork paid off. They outslayed him straight off the bat. They chucked it up to the teammate in the top of the base, and he just chucks it in. And then there you go. 1-0 was the score after the replay. And we move on to game number 4. Game number 4, sorry.
Yeah, we are going to be moving on to game number 4. I already forgot what it was. Apologies. I know that Pit Slayer is going to be the last one because that's the one that I'm most excited to see should we get there all the way. But damn, talk about a labored series of CTF. I mean, looking back to the Quadrant event, it was probably one of the most... I think it definitely was in Quadrant versus NaVi's game, but I do recall Quadrant being able to literally speedrun their way through Aquarius CTF by getting themselves like 2 flag caps within the span of 90 seconds. And this was just the complete polar opposite of what we saw in the previous month of regular play within the 4K series. But there you have it. We will have CTF locked in by the side of BH3, and we will be moving on to Strongholds on Streets for our 4th game right here. I'm personally really excited to see this one, but I'm worried for CatSmile. They definitely brought the goods in game 1, but now their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, it's been a close series ever since that second game. Everything's been pretty much slap bang perfect from both teams in terms of making sure that they're doing what they need to do, or in some cases just doing enough to get what they need to be done to get over the line. I'll try my best not to confuse this one with King of the Hill like I did in the first match.
They've got really similar icons, hilariously. I don't know why.
Yeah, that is true. The icons used to be quite different back in the day. I'm still not used to them myself. My brain always thinks of the old logos whenever we're talking about Halo game modes.
Still, though, Street Strongholds could potentially be the final battleground for CatSmile right here. And if they're unable to force out the issue and take us all the way to Pit, then they will see themselves down into the lower bracket. Not necessarily out of the competition just yet for the second Open Spring series, but obviously for BH3, this would be an absolutely monumental accomplishment for them to get themselves booked in for what, if I'm not mistaken, would technically be their first online grand finals of the entire year. Excluding their victory at Gamers Assembly, this is, if brain memory serves me correctly, the first grand final they would ever participate in within an online environment.
I believe so. I believe they've already made it as far as they've ever been in online events. I don't think they've ever made it this far in online events to date. But today that has changed. They've made a little bit of history for themselves, got into their first winners final, and maybe they might get themselves into their first grand final for an online Halo Infinite tournament.
And to do it right now at the EuropaHalo and NaVi 4K Championship tournaments, well, that would definitely be history in the making as we hop into what could potentially be the final game between these two squads. We've got the Spanker that is going to be the primary point of focus for both of these two teams. Warlord already out, well, whipping out the Disruptor and doesn't quite land the shots, but does land the melee kill on top of that to secure it. And it is Flubso to get away with that Spanker, a tool of destruction, 2 rockets to be sent out, because we already have a beat conversion coming in through from CatSmile.
Yeah, that Disruptor wasn't really that disrupting for the other team, unfortunately. But these rockets, they will be far more effective. There you go. Double kill. Unfortunately, one of them was his teammate, but it's a double kill. It matters.
Wait, I completely forgot. Wait, since when did they turn on freaking team fire? I didn't know you can have like blue on blue team kills with a rocket launcher in this game. I thought you couldn't do that.
No, you've always been able to kill your own teammates. Dave, the other admin, we used to team together. I used to team nade him all the time. He used to team nade me all the time. It was just something that we did. It was never intentional, but sometimes it does happen. You accidentally blow your teammates up. What can you do?
I didn't even know that mechanic was possible. I was just always under the impression like team damage is just a non-existent thing right here in Halo Infinite as it was in previous games. A little bit funny how it sometimes works out with explosions, but hey, what can you do about it? BH3 though, they are looking to get a full trip cap under their belts as we do have Bastos locking down C, and quickly CatSmile, they will respond with a little bit of presence over towards B. Nade's not gonna actually deter Flubso enough, but I believe he actually got shut down just in the nick of time by Warlord as Bastos is gonna get his feet planted on B. That is a full progress reset for CatSmile. Absolutely huge for BH3 as they still maintain 3 caps.
And this trip cap is racking them up the points. And they're in the lead now, and that lead will get bigger every second that goes by. CatSmile really need to try and get a hill, and they've just got A, which is good. And unfortunately, they get team wiped again. It seems to be a running theme for this series. I haven't seen BH3 get completely team wiped too often yet. It seems to be something that CatSmile are just a bit prone to.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Hopefully they will be able to buck the trend for their own sake. And if CatSmile really want to get themselves a ticket booked into that grand final, then they desperately need to bring out the goods right here and right now. Still, 2 caps under the belt of BH3, both A and B being converted. A Spanker and a couple of spike grenades sent down range into the A terrorists is definitely going to prevent CatSmile from locking in that cap for the time being. But Flubso, he is committed as all hell. Warlord close enough to respond, secures the trade, but it is still a CatSmile cap on A. They will start marching over towards that B side. Nades toss out over towards ramp. I like this setup, and Bastos already read into on the staircase is going to be shut down. Squashy to try to stop the B cap, but he's a little bit too late, unfortunately enough. Now we're seeing a sign of life, a little bit of a heartbeat come out from CatSmile. They can start racking up points. They can start to close off this gap. Just about 65 more points for them to score before we're all even Steven. And I'm curious to see what Squashy can do with the Bulldog right here. A couple of missed buck shots as he is the sole survivor until the respawns come through. He finds one, narrowly the second as he tries to whip out the BR, but Flubso keeps it neat and tidy.
Yeah, it's good work on CatSmile for trying to break that setup, and they were successful with that. Trying to crawl back some points here. It seems like they're not really interested in going for that trip cap. They're more focused on setting up for this rocket, which is what I would say you should be doing here. Definitely want to get those rockets. They're very useful, especially on objective modes. They allow you to get full dead so much quicker.
Yeah.
Get that trip cap, and then you just rolling in the points, cashing in the check.
Definitely so. CatSmile paying huge, massive dividends right now as they are just about to tip 95 points, closing up on 100 right now, and they have effectively almost dismantled all of the progress that BH3 have built up until this point. And it is Zove to get away with the Spanker on top of that, and he's immediately going to put it to the test, looking for a couple of guinea pigs to shoot upon. Actually, I probably shouldn't have said that. Just looking for a couple of... I just saw Guardians of the Galaxy, bro. It had a weird amount of animal brutality in it last night. It was a weird movie altogether, but I still rate it. It is a little bit of good fun right there. With Zove, one more rocket left in the launcher, and he will confirm the frag onto Squashy as well. Now he can still lock down that B side. CatSmile with the A and B setup, they have surpassed BH3 in the points department, and BH3 now somehow and very uncharacteristically struggling on strongholds.
Yeah, it seems I'm looking at the assists, and for the first time in this series, I believe CatSmile are in the lead in terms of assists. Now, assists ain't everything, but they're always a nice little indication that a team is helping each other out and responding to callouts and listening to each other. And it seems to be paying off here because they've held this setup for quite a while, and they've clawed themselves back from a trip cap, which is sometimes pretty difficult to do, and not something you do when you're just running and gunning. It's something you really need to work together as a team to try and break. And they've done that. So well done to them. And we'll see if BH3 can return the favor and break their their setup that they've got here.
Yeah, they're already advancing over towards B as well. They have forced Zove back into PD, and he will be shut down in tow with Sonro as well. And now BH3 seemingly back in the driver's seat. They're working their way back over towards A on top of that, looking to reestablish a trip cap that they lost earlier in the festivities of Strongholds. They've isolated Sonro as well as Zove, well, slaps down another kill of his own, but once again, now the ball is back inside of the court of CatSmile as they have got to get themselves a triple cap once again. They're making moves over towards B, but unfortunately for BH3, they've lost out on the Spanker yet again. Flubso is starting to get a little bit harassed and doesn't even get the chance to pull the trigger on that rocket launcher. Warlord just snags it away from him.
Yeah, that's good there from Warlord. I was thinking the exact same, that this is the second time in a row that CatSmile run away with those rockets. But that cat could not run quick enough because the Laura Ward was right behind him, finished it off, then gets a cheeky kill with it. And back again with the trip cap here, and a rocket in the chamber, gets a killing spree. And again, another team wipe against CatSmile. It's not looking good, but they're still in the lead. And they've broken out of a trip cap before, so it's not completely done yet. They've shown that they can work together. They've shown that they can break these trip caps and do what needs to be done.
Not all
we'll see
hope
if they
is
can
lost.
do this.
Yeah, they can definitely do it. They've showed that potential just a little bit earlier on Stronghold just a few minutes ago, and they can definitely do it again. Bastos now looking to get right up close and personal in the face of Zove. It is Squashy to bail him out of that engagement as we have CatSmile starting to lock in C just a little bit longer. BH3 nowhere near enough to respond, so they have unfortunately lost out on being able to build up even more points, but they are quick to respond with an A conversion of their own. B once again is now being turned red entirely. CatSmile on their way to hit 200 points as the Sentinel Beam just strips the shields of one of those players. The melee kill does come on through Squashy, unfortunately isolated in the middle of nowhere, and he gets shut down as Bastos will have to leave and vacate the C site. He does eventually go down. A brilliant show of team fighting come out from CatSmile right there on top of that as they now hit 200 points.
Yeah, I knew they had it in them, and they managed to pull it off, and it's good to see. Zelvi topping not just his team, but the entire lobby for kills. Him and Warlord seem to be just toe-to-toe for that every time. One of them gets a kill more than the other one strikes back, and they're level again all of a sudden. But again, CatSmile were the ones to pick up the rockets. They made use of them this time, unlike last. It's good to see to get a couple of kills, and they keep the control. Only 20 points away from winning the game now.
Yeah.
Not much more that they really have to do to see this one out, other than keep doing what they've been doing.
Definitely so, but BH3 starting to convert both C and B. They do get B under their belts, but unfortunately the progress on C has been reset, and now BH3, they have to act in a hurry if they really want to, well, get this one in their own favor and just outright close off the series right here and right now. 242 points and counting for CatSmile. It doesn't seem as if BH3 are able to actually close this one off or even get a cap. They do give it their all. Squashy was close to converting that terrace, but it's all for naught, unfortunately enough, for the side of BH3 as we have CatSmile. Well, or excuse me, for CatSmile. No, it is BH3 to actually close it off. A little bit colorblind right there for a second, but no, BH3, they do take Strongholds all to themselves right there. A brilliant display from them as they do get themselves a ticket booked into the grand final. Oh no, wait, I'm capping. Yeah. Why did the winner's screen just say BH3 victory? Why? I don't get it.
I have no idea. I was a bit confused there. I was like,
confusing. Am
I the one that's wrong here?
No, I was definitely wrong. No, I saw the BH3 victory screen just pop up. I'm just like, wait, that isn't what happening. Are we having another slip space engine moment? No. So it turns out we were right the first time. No, it is CatSmile. Apologies. to keep the series alive for a little bit longer as they now force the issue. We are going all the way to pit for Slayer to close this one off.
Yeah, and as we saw with the stats there, CatSmile in the end did have more assists than BH3, and Warlord did win that Slayer race he was having with Zelvi. But now we get to see the map that both of us want to see. Yeah. I know that there's a lot of people that don't like this map, but I absolutely love the way that it changes the traditional way that we've seen Halo Infinite been played all the time. I always like different maps like that. I was a big fan of Wizard from back in the day. So maybe I just like weird maps. Maybe it's just me.
No, trust me, you and I are basically one and the same. I like a lot of weird maps. The quirkier they are, the better, honestly. And that goes for just about every single esport out there as well. I mean, CSGO, you don't see me queuing into an Inferno and Mirage. I am just a straight up Ancient and Anubis enjoyer. Like, I get really, really rancid with my map choices here and there. And Pit, it's a good one. It's a really, really good one to see exactly who is going to book their ticket into the grand final for the Spring Open Series #2 right here. And if they're able to get themselves into that grand final, they are effectively one step closer as well to booking their ticket into the finals of the season as well, which is the spot that both of these two teams want to see themselves in.
Yeah, you definitely want to get yourselves a guaranteed spot in the finals by winning one of the opens, so you don't have to worry too much about, oh, do we have to play in every single open so we have enough points to qualify for the finals? Nope, you just win that open, you're guaranteed your spot, you don't have to worry about that, just look forward to playing in the finals and hopefully doing some good for yourselves. But I'm looking forward to this, especially because we've seen the teams, they work together very well. But this will be the true test of teamwork. This is not a map that you win if you're not working together as a team well.
Speaking of working together as a team, well, it is CatSmile to facilitate Flubso picking up that Spanker for the first time as well. Both S7s have also been stripped away. Not exactly sure who might be holding on to them for the time being as Sonra goes in for a cleanup. He will get shut down by Warlord's Heatwave, who in turn gets blown to smithereens by the Spanker. And now, actually, he will drop the BR for the Rocket and S7 combo. This is very, very ballsy coming out from Flubso, and he doesn't want to pick up the rest of the ammo in that S7, instead willing to hold down the fort for someone else on his squad. Another one of the cats to pick it up, and here comes Marine to actually strip that second S7. So now CatSmile, they're holding on to all of the cookies, bro. They've got everything in their favor.
Yeah, they really don't need to push in at this point. They can just sit back, the two snipers and the rocket, and just wait for BH3 to push, because they did have the lead for a brief moment there until one of their team decided to push forward and die. But there we go, nice little double kill, gaining the lead again. Almost a full team wipe. The last guy's on their side of the map in the tower. Warlord's trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but he's shut down nice and quick. This is a good start from CatSmile. They've got all the power weapons, and look at that. He only goes and gets a snipe and a lovely little spree to go with it. He's still not died yet.
No.
Perfection on the table, maybe?
Could be. It would be the first that we would see in official online play right here for any HCS tournaments. It would be miraculous to see if Flubso can, well, literally become the Grim Reaper himself. He's still got 3 more rounds left in that S7. The first doesn't connect, then, well, we may have just cursed it right then and there, unfortunately enough. I'm not all too sorry about Flubso. He clearly had a skill issue with that S7. But still, though, it is CatSmile to maintain the lead. And we do have Sunriz getting cleaned up by Marine on top of that. BH3 lacking a little bit, but they are still in the Cool Kids clubs. They have hit double digits in the slaying department so far, but they are struggling once again to actually get a leash around CatSmile, as they will once again run away with the score ever so slightly. Spanker and Overshield just moments away from being online, and whoever gets those 2 bits of util is really going to start to pull ahead.
It seems you've had a disconnect, unfortunately, and I believe the score difference was 2 at the time of the disconnect. I could be wrong there, but we'll see what happens. We'll double check that and make sure that we get the good restart for the situation there. So it's unfortunate, because CatSmile was sort of in the driver's seat there. They were having a good little cruise, looking forward to seeing the end of the finish line and maybe being in that grand final.
Yeah, they are, well, judging by just how the previous game of Strongholds actually went, I would be damn near surprised if they don't carry a lot of that momentum into this Slayer to see themselves out. I mean, they were maintaining the lead for the longest time throughout that that entire start off, the entire introduction of Pit Slayer as well. Some lovely shots also being delivered by Flubso with the S7 on top of that. Some really, really gnarly stuff. So I can't wait to see what happens when he has that tool of destruction once again in his arms. But yeah, I do believe that we are probably going to have ourselves a continuation, not a hard reset, but we are just going to have Slayer being picked up once more with an aggregate score line of the moment of the disconnect, which I think might have been 14-11, if I'm not entirely mistaken. So that would technically mean CatSmile would, in theory, need about 35, 36-ish kills before they can get themselves that, well, ticket booked into the grand final. But honestly, I'm really, really proud with how CatSmile have progressed as the series went on. And the exact same thing can be said for BH3. They got off to a really rough start for them in the opening session of King of the Hill, and they brought it back with a 2-map response of their own. CatSmile not willing to go quietly into the night either.
Yeah, we've just got confirmation that the disconnect did happen when the score was 14-11, so that's a 3-kill gap. The restart rules will be CatSmile will need 47 kills to win, whilst BH3 will need the standard 50. So, you know, sometimes these things just happen. There's not much we can really do about it. We kind of just have to roll with it and make the best out of the situation that we've got. But you never know. This restart might work well for CatSmile again. The start of the game, they ended up with rockets, 2 snipers, a decent lead in the end. Yeah. So it could be something they're quite happy to do.
Yeah, I'd also really, on the subject of those 2 sniper rifles that they were able to get away with, I have to give credit where credit is due to Flubso in particular. Not just because he was hitting a couple of ridiculous shots. Actually, it was when he was being harassed, he was like constantly trying to scope in and scope out, and he just randomly hit a no-scope shot. But just the fact that he was so timid about picking up the spare S7 ammo and just kind of left it there to be picked up by Marine, it shows that there is a lot of thought process going behind the plays and the setups that CatSmile want to go through and want to actually employ on their side. So purposefully not being greedy turns out worked out pretty damn well for CatSmile in that respect. And if they are able to go for more or less the exact same play, if they're able to sort of replicate what they did at the very, very start of Pit Slayer, then they are looking much more favorable on paper at the very least to close this one off.
Yeah, I know you touched on it, but I do want to say that it's good teamwork, that, because you'll have some people that just run over and double snack the sniper and say, "Don't worry, lads, I'm going to go for a montage here.
Yeah.
I've got all the ammo in the world. All I need now is just the clips, the headshots. I'll carry us to victory." But no, like you say, he was smart about it. And he said, no, because you can cover more sites when you've got the 2 snipers. You have a lot more control. Because it was really, really good decision there. Especially, like I said, there's some people who will just be a bit of a monkey brain move like I do sometimes.
Yeah.
Just get it for the sake of it. Be like, yeah, it's all good. Don't worry, lads.
I'll do the exact same thing. Yeah,
I'm the best. Yeah, it's cool. Don't worry, I got this. And then you die 1 second later because you're trash.
Yeah, I mean, every single time that I do it, I'm surprisingly not trash, but then again, I play with mouse and keyboard, and I basically just magnetize my S7 into anyone's melon. Don't come into me in matchmaking. Mind you, I also don't play ranked. I haven't played ranked since season 1. I think I'm probably like bronze now if I were to get back into it, but Bastos nearly has that OS completely stripped away, as he will be absolutely just peppered and bullied by Flubso, completely exhausting the rockets that were left in the barrel. As once again, as a reminder for you folks at home, CatSmile only need 47 kills to win this particular map of Slayer, whereas BH3 need the standard 50 on top of that. A 6-3 score line, already off to a brilliant start for CatSmile. They've got 1 S7 in the hands of Marine. Not sure where the second one is floating about, but ooh, well, that answers my question. It was floating about with Squashy, and he just outright, well, steamrolls through Marine on the counter snipe.
Yeah, he's getting some good clips there and gets a little assist for all the clipping that he's doing. And that's what you want to do on this map. You can't really just keep running in there. You do have to get some shots with these snipers and then push in and get the kill and then try and push that little bit of an advantage that you do gain. And it seems like that's what they're trying to do. But CatSmile just have their number on this, it seems. Yeah. Every little move they try and make, CatSmile seem to be able to stop them right in their tracks, and it's not a blowout of a game by any means. This is still a very close one, but CatSmile have those little things that they're doing a bit more than BH3 to keep in the lead.
It's just as the old Sting song says, every move you make, every step you take, I'll be watching you, except, you know, we're going to add in a little bit of a new chorus to rewrite the song. We'll be killing you is what CatSmile Gaming are going for. That could potentially become their new anthem if you let me do the vocals for it, lads. We'll hook things up in DMs, though. Zove now hopping back on with him. One more round left in the S7, and he's just looking for his next victim. No one to be found just yet, but it is Bastos and Squashy to respond back with 2 kills of their own. They are still technically not in the lead. If they hit 15 kills and just, well, maintain a 3-kill gap in their favor, then they will be on equal footing. And as I say that, they've manifested it into reality, 16 to 13, and now it's all tied up as Bastos finds the head of Sonro on top of that.
Yeah, it's looking like Bastos and Sunrise have sort of found their mojo, and they've gained that lead. They're popping off a little bit with 6 and 8 kills. Not surprising because they're French. We know how good the French Halo players are these days.
Ridiculous.
It's not like the old days. And there you go, another one. He gets the rockets. Nice, good use of them. Just hopefully he doesn't waste this next one. But again, CatSmile, another team wipe.
Yeah.
It's something they just seem to not be able to do. Maybe someone's not telling the last guy alive that he needs to try and stay alive and wait for the spawners, and then they can do something off of that. But maybe they're just flying around. I don't know what's going on. Someone needs to take the catnip away from the last man standing because they just can't stay still.
Nah, I don't know what's happened, but up until this point, CatSmile, they were firmly in the lead, and then suddenly everything just got flipped over its head, and now BH3 are about to hit the halfway mark in terms of raw kill count as they sit on 24. Squashy has got 7 rounds in the S7, and he's just looking for a couple of heads to click on as he has decided to apply the brakes a little bit. Flupso onto that little, well, elevated angle inside of top mid, and that's something that BH3 might not have been able to actually read into just yet. They are looking to capitalize. They are looking to collapse. They do shut down Squashy and Warlord, and we will have to wave goodbye to Bastos as well. That's 3 players down for BH3. It's the start of a good recovery coming out from CatSmile, but we're going to need a hell of a lot more from them.
Yeah, well, they're on, like you say, they're onto a good start here. They're watching the spawners. They've got a bit of a power position here. The sniper's watching the spawners. There you go. He gets a nice little killjoy. That's what you want. You don't want people running around on killing sprees or frenzies. You want to make sure you stop people's momentum well before it gets to a point of a frenzy, let alone a bloody running riot. But it's looking good. They are clawing their way back, pun intended. Because remember, there is still that little 3-kill gap that they have, or 3-kill advantage that they have. So it's not as impossible as it may appear on the scoreline. Good snipe there from Bastos. Pretty standard for this match in particular, I feel like. I mean, not too long ago, they were on, I think it was 6 and 8, and now they're both on 8 and 14. As Sunrise goes and gets another kill on Zolvi, who was, I feel, probably one of the better players on that side based on his performances during this series. So it's good. You want to shut that best player on the team down as much as you can, so that way they have as little of an impact on the game as they can.
Yeah, he's got a bullseye on his back, and if what you're saying is true, then he might not necessarily be the brunt of the spear for CatSmile for much longer. Spanker and OS have since gone online, and the Spanker, at the very least, has been grabbed by Squashy, and he's playing this very slow and very patiently, looking for a multi. At the very least, he finds one, and a nice little 2-piece on Zove to clean it up, but an immediate response comes on through from CatSmile as now Warlord is looking to move in with that overshield. He isn't necessarily fragging out as much as we saw in the previous games, but he is starting to, at the very least, just turn himself and metamorphosize himself into a bullet sponge as that OS has been completely burned. Finds his 5th frag of the game onto Zove as well, so he is delivering a little bit of impact where it is necessary as BH3 are about to hit 40 frags. Warlord loading up that plasma pistol, but does eventually get shut down by Flub, so CatSmile starting to once again mount a little bit of a comeback, but they are still technically looking at a 5-kill gap as they need to hit 47 to win. Bastos is just going to strip Flubso's shields once more with that S7, and Warlord confirms the 40th.
Yeah, it seems to be like BH3 have got that lead, and they're not letting go. It doesn't matter what CatSmile do. BH3 are always on top of it, making sure that they don't give away any cheap deaths, that they work together well. And it's, again, reflected in the assists. And it's looking like they might end up walking away with this one. Like, CatSmile will have to make sure that they work together a little bit more.
Yeah.
get that bit of an advantage that they need until the next set of power weapons or power-ups come up. And we saw that BH3 decided to get the rockets for, and that's good. There's 2 free kills right there.
It is
very
really,
hard
really...
to miss those rockets.
Yeah, definitely. But now I'm honestly looking at CatSmile and I'm looking at BH3 because you got BH3 playing this so laid back from their own spawn with Bastos basically just maintaining Overwatch. You've got Sunriz as well as, well, Warlord or Squashy, excuse me, lined up waiting for someone to turn those corners. And CatSmile, they're literally of the exact same philosophy. They don't want to, well, overstay their welcome and put their wrong foot forward. BH3 are playing this very, very conservatively as they are just waiting for CatSmile to make the moves themselves. But now Bastos, on the flip of a dime, he's going to start getting aggressive and he locks in a 2-piece. That might just be the play to end the game right here for BH3. A Spanker rocket sent down range. It won't find Squashy, but the BR shots, they definitely will. BH3, all they need is 3 more kills to close this one off. Marine isolated, and his shields are stripped, and he has been battered and beaten. BH3 now just need 2 more kills to close this one off. CatSmile, they have got to give themselves a good stern look and see if they can turn this one around, but I'm skeptical as we do have Zove going down. Marine the last to fall as it is BH3, despite the 3-kill disadvantage from the reset, still close it off in a dominant and decisive fashion.
Yeah, you mentioned that BH3 slowed that game down, and that's really what you need to do. You just sit on your side of the map, control what you've got. If you've got a lead like that, you don't need to push. You can wait for the next round of power-ups and then make a move on what power-up you want to prioritize. But CatSmile didn't have the luxury of that. They had to push. Oh. They were, I think it was 10 kills down at that point, 7 because of the restart rule. Yeah. And you have to push, but that's where, as I mentioned, this map really does show what team works together better as a team, because you cannot break those situations or those setups unless you work together as a team. And when you've got people like Bastos and Sunriz just doing their thing, it's hard to stop.
Yeah, it is really, really hard to stop, but that is sometimes just, unfortunately, the way that the cookie crumbles on Empyrean Slayer. It is usually that one team that hits 40 kills first. They are going to be the ones to close it off because they can just sort of, well, sit back in their own spawn with the power weapons and just wait for their opposition to turn the corners, which is exactly what the side of BH3 were able to do. I was very, very surprised about the fact they actually decided to go for a bit of an advance over towards that control room side, and then they were able to get themselves that 2-piece, which still in my eyes was the defining play of the game, with them locking off their well, solidifying their lead and just locking things straight up. It was well played by BH3, and as we mentioned a little bit earlier, they have officially made history as this is the first grand final for an HCS event that they will basically participate in, and they could potentially go to win it all just in a couple hours time as well. We are going to cut to a short little break though, and we will get the next game up and ready for you guys. It's going to be the lower bracket final as well, to see exactly who might be joining BH3 later in the grand final. Stick around, we'll see you guys soon. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Spring Open Series number 2. We currently just saw CatSmileGang getting knocked down into the lower bracket, and as such, their next game ahead of themselves to keep their life intact right here in the tourney is going to be up against Hazi. My name is Tudor. Alongside me, I've got none other than the beautiful CptJamesForce, who has yet to still receive a promotion. What's up with that, bro?
Man, you know, sometimes you got to do your best work in the trenches, my friend. But mate, I'm super excited to be here, subbing in briefly for MrTeaNCrumpets, who has been doing a fantastic job. I'm just here for the losers final before we'll get him back in for the grand final. Do not worry about that. But mate, I wanted to talk about, right, CatSmileGang made it to the winners final, have to come down. Hazi, they are some lower bracket warriors. Yeah, look at that, man. Like, having to go through this lower bracket from round 2, 2-0, round 3, 2-0, round 4, 2-0, round 5, round 6, round 7, and they are now in round 8. They have gone through like every single part of this lower bracket. Yeah, but they're back. And they're here for revenge.
It literally seems as if Hazi have spent more time in the trenches that you have, honestly. It's been ridiculous. Their run through the lower bracket could potentially just be the Cinderella story of the year so far. Death is not part of their vocabulary whatsoever, and neither is elimination, but now their skills are truly going to be put to the test. We saw CatSmile definitely give it their all in the previous series. They did a bang-up job on Strongholds and in King of the Hill as well to kick things off versus their previous opposition in BH3. And as we're going to be starting off with Stronghold Streets as our opener, moving on to Slayer Empyrean, which they also unfortunately just lost quite dominantly. That is a map that at the very least scares me a little bit, and I'm not too optimistic about CatSmile's skills on that one, given just how poorly they performed, truth be told, in the previous upper bracket final.
Yeah, I think it's almost good that they did get to play this upper bracket final, right? Because they have that chance to kind of go through and really kind of understand what went wrong and how they can actually improve, right? When you play this game mode and it doesn't go that well, you're kind of lucky. Now you get a second shot at it, and we are going to be jumping on board with AskQ for Hazi straight up. It is going to be the Stronghold on Streets, mate. I'm excited to see how this one goes down. For CatSmileGang, they'll want to bounce back straight away, but for Hazi, can the miraculous miracle run continue? Well, it's going to be Hazi with the rocket straight up.
Yeah, they've also got MuzYNG currently holding on to Bulldog as well, so he's got all the right tools of destruction ready to get right up inside of the faces of CatSmile, get himself up close and personal, but no contact to be found. Still one more rocket left to expunge, and it doesn't really pay off. He does strip the shields of actually 2 players. One of them does eventually get picked up as well, but not the ideal use of the Spanker, not being able to get a clean conversion of a kill right there. Still, though, 2 of these hills or 2 of these strongholds in the favor of CatSmile is exactly the kind of start they would have wanted to get off to.
Yeah, and this is it, right? Like, sometimes when you lose this winner's final, it doesn't always work out, and you sometimes feel the pinch, knowing that you have to get this, and there's going to be Knuckles trying to challenge Marine with that Stalker rifle. It is not going to be Marine who gets away. It is going to be Knuckles who wins that battle. Like I was saying, sometimes, you know, you take the hit and your mental gets in the bin, but CatSmileGang, they're here with a mission. 45-0 so far.
Ooh.
They're looking real good.
Yeah, looking real good. Flubso narrowly gets away with a 2-piece as well, but unfortunately just gets shut down. Didn't quite have enough ammo left in the VR to cleanly secure a 2-piece. But still, though, CatSmile looking to convert this A-Terror as the Bandit rifle narrowly hitting its mark as well, but it is Marine to get shut down. Does go down with the ship of a successful A conversion, as the Spanker is just about 7 seconds away from being back online. And whoever's able to grab that power weapon first is definitely going to run away with a massive advantage, but already a bit of chaos ensuing over towards this middle side, and it is Sonro to get away with it. This is absolutely massive for CatSmile. The first one launched off, and it doesn't quite hit Azamat, though.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is that in that little, you know, run of play as well, the CatSmile boys, well, they found themselves with a trip cap. And it's going to be Squirno who's going to try and find a way away, but AskQ is going to get the denial. And 3 members of CatSmile Gaming now down, and now Hazi can try and take some map control. But yeah, CatSmile Gaming with the trip cap of their own, but now Hazi going to rock back with this trip cap, and you would assume CatSmile are going to be spawning around this A site, which is correct. But Hazi, there's going to be no donut here. They are going to get on the board, no goose egg. The AR, it's going to find Sove, and they still know there's 2 here, as AskQ is going to get found, but Squirno and Marine going to find kills. And Zove, 6 and 2. And Hazi, they're starting to get some numbers. But CatSmileGang, they're still on the board, as you can see Hazi slide in. But mate, I don't know if you guys talked about it earlier, but the Shroud Shield, the smoke, as we call it, is also CSGO casters, but it got reduced from 2 to 1. And over the course of today, have you seen kind of that difference? Have you seen people play it differently now there's only 1?
I mean, it ultimately really depends on the setting. We only saw it a little bit earlier in live fire, and obviously the primary usage of that smoke is to just basically plant it right on the overshield spawn on live fire so you can pick it up safely, and that was about the only usage that we actually saw come out from the smoke. And as you mentioned, now that it's the total ones that you actually have available has been reduced from 2 to 1. So you only got 1 smoke per smoke spawn, meaning that you have to definitely be that much more conscious as to where you're definitely going to set it. And right here on streets, I don't think it might have changed all too much. And yeah, I couldn't react to that, unfortunately, but that was a pretty sick stick coming off through.
Oh my god, that stick was nutty, man. And the double kill for Sauve. And they still have a rocket left. They're going to find the triple kill onto Knuckles as well and secure this B. Can they deck down to Ask Q? No, Squirino's going to sort that out. It's going to pop that smoke in front of that C site, and it is going to be a triple cap again for the CatSmile boys. Mus Young, it's going to pop up there. What can Sauve do? Trying to get away. That Spanker is not going to have any rockets left in it, my friend. But it's going to be A and C going over to Hazi. What?
I thought that was a back smack. It should have been.
Oh my god, how is that not a back smack, bro? Like, just Halo Infinite things, I'm sure, but that is unlucky, man. That is rough.
It is a little bit rough. He had his brass knuckles on, but no left, right, good night coming out from him, unfortunately enough. Askew, though, will deliver as Azamat elsewhere does chime in, joining in on the fun himself, and the Stalker rifle down range in the hands of Marine is going to bully the hell out of Mus. And it is Flubso to, well, strike back with one of his own as CatSmile. They continuously maintain the advantage. They're almost closing in on 200 points. Question is, what can Hazi do? They've been holding on to A for what feels like an eternity at this point, but can they break through either one of these last 2 hills? I don't know. It's down to Askew, and he just gets blown to smithereens. The plasma stick coming in clutch right there. The plasma stick of a lifetime for CatSmile bails them out.
Oh my god, that was so important. And it was so insane that he got that as well. Because it basically secures this B site. All we're seeing is Hazi. They just can't get out, but Ask Q with the ninja onto Squirino. Can that set them up for this B site? It is going to be Knuckles finding some way to get B, but the Spanker onto Flubso. Going to get the double kill and sacrifice themselves to get it. But Marine's going to pick it up now. There's still 1 rocket left in this chamber. And there is no one on this B site. But as it stands, CatSmileGang, they're going to start to lose C. So now they're going to try and cap this A site. They're going to look towards B as well. Lazy have the trip cap. Unfortunately, though, none of the trip cap points. But can Marine find another kill?
Ooh.
Oh my god.
He had no business getting away with that. It seemed as if Knuckles was actually able to stick the second melee hit, but I guess it just did. It wasn't in the cards, bro. It just wasn't meant to be whatsoever, and Marine is going to continuously rip and tear his way through Hazi. Bulldog good for 2 on top of that. What? My man has just literally pulled off the heist of the century finding these frags.
How? How does he get the 3rd one with the shotgun as well, right? Bulldog and Spanker. That is just a dastardly combo from short and long range. And there is going to be more to be found. Squirino's going to find Ask You. This Bulldog has so many kills in this life. And does he know that the Stalker rifle went down as well? It's sitting just below those stairs. But it's now the A and B setup. And in fact, it's 249. It's 250. And it's the CatSmileGang, 250 to 103s. No cat frowns here, because that was an impressively dominant performance on streets. So many multi-kills and fantastic use of all of the sandbox they had available to them.
I'm honestly a little bit awestruck by how good CatSmile were there. If they were performing that on fire in the winners bracket finals, then we'd be watching BH3 versus Hazi right now. Absolutely ridiculous coming out from the side of CatSmile, and you can see on the kill feed right here, the score sheet right here, Hazi just unfortunately not quite being up to snuff, with only 2 players actually being able to break double digits. Knuckles rocking an 0.5 KD ratio, 7 and 14. Is about as rough as it gets, with Azamat even lower in the KD respect. That is just rough, but everyone on the side of CatSmile performing. 12 kills was the bare minimum that anyone was able to achieve on that particular roster, and as such, well, we're going to be heading back to Pit to see if they can, well, rectify the mistakes that they committed in that upper bracket final and just go for that 2-0 start off in this best of 5.
Yeah, and the thing I really loved when looking at those stats, right, is, and you talk about it so much, is that CatSmileGang, they had so many assists as well. Like almost kind of wingman double-digit assists for at least a couple of people. So if they can take that form and they can lay out that damage kind of going into this Pit Slayer, like you said, it's going to lead in very well for this oddball on live fire as well. So I think for them, the momentum is there. They, like I said, they looked incredible playing that Streets game. 250 to 103. Hazi, the 103, there was a trip cap. And there was a little bit of time where they kind of were able to kind of hold on. But so much of it, they were just trapped in A and couldn't get out. And the way that CatSmileGang were, and you saw CatSmileGang even, sorry, that you saw, especially with that plasma kill as well, like just finding ways to blunt Hazi's momentum. And we're going to see if they can continue that on this Slayer pit. Mate, I'm looking for some mad snipes.
Same.
That's what I'm looking for.
We saw some pretty redonkulous stuff coming out from Flubso in the previous series in that upper bracket. CatSmile could potentially take a page out of BH3's book as well to see if they can just, well, drastically reduce the pace once they've established the lead for themselves to lock this one off. At the very end of the day, like, the trend with Empyrean Slayers is, unfortunately, that whoever pulls away first will be able to just pull back into their own home base and just let that timer work as a 5th player in their own favor. Because taking the fight, maintaining and sort of employing the offensive on a map such as Pit, it is a very, very difficult tactic to pull off just because of how claustrophobic some portions of this map can actually be. There are lots of nooks and crannies where you can easily get naded from that middle hallway, the drop shield hallway as well on the far right-hand side, and also the control room. Extraordinarily CQB, extraordinarily scary to push sometimes.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for Hazi, you've battled all the way through this lower bracket. Like we said, literally from round 2, you've been here. So they've played a lot of games. Like, they've played way more games than CatSmileGang has, right? And that's probably also going to be a part of this. You've played a lot of best of 3s. The last couple have been 2-1s, right? So now you've played a lot of maps. You'll be playing these maps again, and the fatigue is going to start to set in, right? You've been playing Halo for what, 9 hours now, maybe 8-9 hours. So
when did the tourney actually start today? That is a great question. I think it, from what I can see, it started off at about like 1 BST, 2 p.m. CST potentially, something like that. So
7 hours, about 7 hours then.
Ish, yeah.
Ish. And I mean, look, they've played 7 hours of literally non-stop Halo, and the only time they had a break was they actually had to wait for the winners final, right? Like, it's rare that the lower bracket gets to catch, but yeah, that's kind of the only break, the only little mini reset they've had. So you kind of have two things. One, it's great to have a small break. It's great to kind of maybe grab something to eat, chat with the team, just chill out a little bit.
Get away from the PC, basically.
Yeah, but if you're winning all these games, maybe you want the momentum to continue. Maybe you want to keep going, and maybe you want to keep winning these games. So yeah, I think that's all going to play a part of it. So for Hazi, it's all about getting that mental screwed on and getting it correct. For CatSmileGang, boom. You've won the first map. It looked good. Time to take that into the second map. Without any delay, here it is.
Yeah, let's get back into the swing of things. Azamat, though, wow, that is one hell of a kickoff if I've ever seen it myself. A two-piece, one with the HE and the other with the BR. Classic and well executed. And now the Spanker might just strip away at this OS. Marine didn't stand a chance in hell. 2 rockets for the price of an overshield. That is a trade deal I will take any day.
Yeah, that was basically just completely nullifying both options, right? Like, both power-ups, you get rid of them at the same time. But fantastic work there. It is going to be Azamat with the 2 pieces. Flubso tries to find this sniper kill. This is all going to be people coming in towards this top terminal, but Knuckles is going to find Sauve, and it's Marine who has all the kills for the CatSmileGang at the moment. He's going to need some help from his other cats and kittens, because no one man is an island in Halo. We're going to see MrTeaNCrumpets. The miss from Flubso.
Close.
And how costly is that going to be as MrTeaNCrumpets going to find Sove? Finally, someone from CatSmileGang is on the board. Yeah, so far, a bit tetchy, a few misses from both teams as we get into this Pit Slayer.
Yeah, we definitely were expecting Flubso to deliver a lot more consistently with that F7. Too many missed shots for my taste, unfortunately enough, but he does find his second so far. Skewers the head of Azamat as we do have Knuckles coming in for a quick cleanup. Must also finally gets himself on the board, but he is getting harassed. Let's see if he can put that sidekick to test. He is going for the chase onto Marine. Committed as he is, he will finally be traded off though. So the Hazi, they still maintain that 1 kill advantage right here on Pit. Yet to hit double digits as we do have CatSmile evening things up as Zove takes matters into his own hands once more, and he is going to apply the brakes a little bit. I do believe the overshield has gone back online, and he does take down Askew. That is Marine trying to lay down Hellfire, but a 2v1 is something that he might actually get away with. Finds the frag onto Azamat, and now Flubso will shut down Knuckles as well. Control of the sniper tower established, and that's perfect to read into these respawns.
Yeah, that was so beautifully done from Marine. Not only to get one himself, but to call out that he did have another player low, and the long grenade going to be coming in. It's going to be finding the kill. However, he's trying to take another 2v1. Not sure how well that's going to go, as Knuckles is going to come around and insta find him. Marine's body just going to get stuck in the lift. It is a 3-kill lead at the moment for the CatSmileGang. Knuckles is going to find Sove's head, and Knuckles 7 and 4, the one-man war machine right now. What can he do to bring this back? As Flubso, he's going to have rockets again, but Knuckles, what is that? Falls off the stairs and finds the headshot to remove those rockets from Flubso if there are any left. And he is basically he is more than half of his team's kills, Tudor.
Yeah, he's actually got 8 kills, which is what the rest of his squad has combined. Not often that you see that kind of sheet being delivered by just one particular individual in a competitive official right here for Halo. But oh, Knuckles from downrange. He finds the head of Sonro, practically magnetized one of those rounds right into his skull. And Marine does eventually deliver with a trade and a refrag. Finds the 3rd kill as well to round off the triple, and that's exactly what we would have expected from Marine on the side of CatSmile.
Yeah, that was an insane triple kill. And we talk about Knuckles, but we have to talk about Marine as well on the side of the CatSmileGang. I'm also hearing that it's Sanro instead of Squirno, which, you know, that's how it is. And it's Asko as well. So people putting Qs where it is O's and A's just to mess with us, Tudor. That's what people do, you know. But Marine, he's going to be the first one to double digits. So this is 21 apiece. Flubso holding the angle, not able to connect. And Sove, you can't stand there, my friend. Asko is going to find you. And it is still 22 apiece now. So this game is incredibly tight.
Even Steven is where things stand right now, yet one of these two teams has not been able to break through from the other's clutches, but that could very well change within the next couple of minutes. The overshield is 15 seconds away from being back in play. In CatSmile, they've got the majority of control established around this control room. Must does deliver one frag, but it is Sonro to retort with one of his own, and in comes Asko for the cleanup, peppered to hell by that heat wave, and he will eventually be punished for his previous crimes. The overshield, though, has been bagged by Flubso and strapped onto his chest. Now he can get to business.
Yeah, Flubso with this overshield, Sanro with the heat wave. They're starting to kind of collect these important guns and power-ups. This is going to be Zove and Asko who are going to find a trade. Knuckles does have the spanker, though. He's going to use the second bullet and... so the second rocket and find a second kill. But Sanro, they're going to get the trade with the heat wave. So very, very important. And it's going to be the CatSmileGang who have a 1-kill lead. And look at this from Marine. He is going to find a lot of information about where Hazi are. For some reason, I just realized, Tudor, we never called Marine like Mugreen or anything with the Q. So yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Good on us, but I feel like it's also just common sense at the end of the day. I don't know why. Like, I mean, what also seems much more plausible, ask Q or ask Co? I really don't know, because it's at the end of the username. Naming conventions aside, though, it is still CatSmile to maintain a lead of their own, and they will expand that gap all the way back up to 2 kills as Marine delivers another. Muzz does get away with a nice melee, but in comes Marine for the cleanup on top of that, and he's still got 6 shots left in the S7. He can definitely pack a punch if he can line these up. Oh, Knuckles gets away by the skin of his teeth, and now Marine is gonna have to be a bit more careful, because Asko on the opposite end is looking to challenge him with another S7.
Yeah, I think the important thing for CatSmileGang is you got to find ways for Sauve to stop dying. Literally as he dies. 13 deaths, we talk about it all the time in Slayers. 12 or 13 has to be the maximum. If you're dying any more than that, it's just having a bad time, and it's going to be Azamat. Marine's not going to challenge back that angle. There is 20 seconds until the spank up. 20 seconds to the overshield as well. You can see Knuckles already going for it, but Sauve is going to find that kill. Asko, well, they've seen the sniper rifle, and that was a great shot by Marine. Can he clean up this one as well? He gets it done, and they now have control of not only this game with a 5-kill lead, but also of these spankers as well. Marine craftily using the end of his sniper rifle before picking up this spanker. He is going to find Azamat as well, and they still have this 6-kill lead. Musk Young, he's going to be one shot. It's going to be a killing spree for Marine. I was going to say it feels like we've been on Marine forever. He's going to get some shield back, but a 7-kill, 8-kill lead now. And I tell you what, this might be the winning lead, as that's going to be another rocket. He's found Azamat twice. Tudor, he finds him twice with the same set of spanker, and Flupso gets yeeted off with the heat wave.
It's done. It's wraps. This is curtains right here for Hazi. CatSmile have long since broken 40 kills, and we have gone past the point of no return. This is just a formality right now for CatSmile to close it off. And they can take the full 3.5 minutes if they want to, but they're going to try to get it done in a much more rapid pace than that. Only 4 more kills is what they require. A full team wipe, and Azamat, as he hits the ground, he will lose his life. And Hazi, they do come back with 2, and Marine will be shut down as he was on 1 shot. But all the CatSmile need is just 1 more frag, 1 perfect kill from a BR. And as they start to spawn on through like a pack of wolves, they can move together. An S7 has spawned, and it will be picked up by Knuckles. And what's Azamat doing all on his lonesome? He's in Narnia, deep inside of enemy territory. He might have just cost Hazi the opportunity to recover back here, but it's all for nothing, as Muss will get caught off all on his lonesome, and it is CatSmile to close it off, 50-43.
Yeah, beautiful work from the boys there. I mean, Marine 18-9, just absolutely on tear, but man, it was close through the middle, and then as we hit the 30s and the mid-30s, the kitty cats just put the paws down, and they got right into the 40s very quickly, right? Like, it just seemed that we were so close, and then suddenly they accelerated. We're going to look at the scoreboard here. I mean, we talk about Zove with the 15 deaths, but Azamat only 5 and 13 as well. Just wasn't having the best game. Sanro, they're going to pop in with the wingman and 10 assists as well. And we talked about that, right? In the end of the Stronghold Streets, how important the amount of assists were. But props to Marine, 18-9, dealing, you know, so much damage, I'm sure. And just looked real good in that game. And yeah, the Kitty Cats, they are 2-0 up in this best of 5. We are going to be going to map number 3, which is going to be Oddball on Livefire.
Yeah. Could very well be the end of Hazi's run through the Open Spring Series number 2. And honestly, I'm really worried for them. And specifically looking at Azamat, this is the 2nd game in a row in which he has only dropped 5 kills, meaning that over the 2 maps that we have seen so far, he's totaled up to 10 kills. There is no real easy way to sugarcoat this, but he has been nothing but a liability for Hazi versus CatSmile in tonight's matchup so far, and he desperately needs to turn things around in this Oddball series if Hazi really want to stand a chance, because having a KD ratio that is lower than 0.5 is not the kind of performance that you should be whipping out at this tier of Halo Infinite. You are vying to break into some of the top positions for all of European Halo, and when you're performing like that, it just doesn't cut it. I know it's been a very, very long day for Hazi. They have proven themselves over and over again, having battled through the lower bracket just to be here, but that doesn't necessarily warrant a poor performance.
And I mean, the thing about it, right, for Hazi is like, even the fact that you've got this far is oh man, I really thought we were going to Aquarius there. I was so excited. We are going to get into this live fire oddball game. Do not worry, we are in live fire. But yeah, I mean, the thing for Hazi is, no matter what happens, right? Like, you're still going to gain valuable points towards this final in 2 weeks, right? It's top 8 teams. You're coming third, so that's still, you know, fantastic points. And of course, you would love to be second. You'd love to be first to be able to guarantee, right? First place, they're going to guarantee Knuckles, though. It's guaranteeing some sniper bullets. He's going to cut me off the train as he's going to find that shot onto Marine as well. There's just a melee in the smoke, and Sanro's going to go down to the backsmack from Musyong. And it is going to be Hazi who find the OS and find the sniper and find the ball Tudor.
Yeah, strength in numbers for Hazi was the tactic to get that overshield, well, in their possession, and they will, as you said, get the ball, rack up a couple of points on top of that, but it's still out and about in the open. It will be recovered by CatSmile for the time being. They'll build up a little bit of progress on their own. Sonro, top fragger on the side of CatSmile, as we do have Flub so narrowly scampering away out of harm's way. Marine does deal a frag onto Asko as Zove is going to start moving down into the basement. They've got Azmat directly ahead of them, who, well, might be able to actually deliver a massive performance here. Gets away with the 1v1 v Zove, exactly what was required of Azmat, and it seems as if he's not showing any signs of stopping just yet, but he does get tempered down by Marine.
Yeah, and Asko already on 4 kills, so may have heard you and taken it personally, but one thing I wanted to... Yeah, one thing it was Azmat's side. Yeah. One thing I wanted to point out as well, right, is that if we quickly go back to the first Open Series last week, Hazi, they were 5th, 6th, BH3, they were 4th. So both of these teams already got good points. If they can follow it up next week, guaranteed top 8, because, you know, they're playing so well. So for Hazi, it's not the end of the world, but you know, you'd love to just be able to go through. Zove and Flubso gonna find kills with nades, and is gonna be who we got on board. Flubso, who finds this OS at the moment with 2 and a bit minutes to go, as that's gonna be a heat wave to the face of Azmat. Oh, what can they do? Asko, sorry, with the double kill. But it's 2.5 minutes to go, and it's still 6 apiece, as Hazi are going to pick up this ball, but it's basically just Slayer at this rate.
Yeah, oddball needed to be reset before anyone could get their hands on it yet again, and now we might actually start to see some points being wrapped up. Brilliant HE tossed out as well onto Marine. Not necessarily a pre-fire, I guess a pre-nade you would probably call that, and it was right on the money, but Marine still gets away with his life, and he actually takes Must to the grave on top of that alongside Asko. Knuckles now trying to lay down Hellfire from the top of the bridge, and Marine is going to smartly and cleverly disengage. Just wait for the oddball to be rotated directly behind him. I like this from CatSmile as well. They're being very, very mobile with the skull so far. Maybe a premature reset comes on through, but as the full team wipe comes on through, it was the right call to just throw that OBJ off the map.
Yeah, and actually, one of the things that I was seeing is that, you know, they might have even gone for the full wipe, because look, they have been fully killed, but now as they try to get back towards this ball, they're actually going to get fully killed again, which was not going to be in the rule book. I was going to say, not going to be in the strategy book, I should say. As Asko, they're going to find this sniper, and in fact, the OS is going to be up as well, but CatSmile, they're going to be able to get, that is a beautiful, beautiful smoke. The Shroud Shield to allow the OS to be picked up. The bank shot kills Flubso. The double kill into Marine, and Sanro is gonna forced Asko off, and it was literally a 1v1. There were 6 players in the respawn screen, but it's going to be Sanro who's going to bring this ball up towards tower. But there's only a minute 30 on this clock, and it is barely any points on the board. 28 to 27, as it's going to be a MrTeaNCrumpets death. And now CatSmileGang, they got to pick up this OBJ. They got to find a little bit of time, as it's going to be Flubso who's going to repulse away. And it's Marine who has this ball.
Yeah, Flubso is dead here. He gave it his all to try to waste as much time as possible of Hazi's clock, which ultimately does translate into a lot of success at the very end of the day. But Hazi, they still get themselves a couple of hands on that ball. They do get themselves, I believe it was, just 2 extra points as they're rotating it back off. And CatSmile, they're more than happy to meet them halfway. CatSmile, they once again get their hands on the ball, and they do rotate that back over towards the sniper tower. It is MrTeaNCrumpets as well to start amplifying and amping up the pressure. He will shut down Marine after resetting that oddball, but Knuckles is in the prime position down below in the basement to once again just nab that away from CatSmile.
And I'm thinking, you know, now that we saw that Shroud Shield on the OS, and now that you only get 1, is there anywhere else that you use it?
No.
It's literally the only place now, and it just feels kind of irrelevant. Oh, Sanro, they're going to try find the kill. What? Huh. How did they find it? I don't understand. Plasma pistol, I guess with the dot, it would have to be because, yeah, I have no idea how he gets that kill when he's already dead. Asko is going to move to 14 though. MrTeaNCrumpets on 18, and once again, the Shroud Shield going to be used on the OS. Yeah, I think for live fire, I'm not sure the 1 change is going to be good enough, but Flubso and Zove, they're going to find double kills apiece. All of Hazi are dead, and if you're CatSmile, do you really just hold on to this ball? There's only 24 seconds left.
You can drop
Surely
it.
You just throw it down and wait. Surely you try to run this time out, but actually, it is going to be the boys of CatSmile who are going to hold on to this and try to win the old conventional way.
Yeah, now it's mathematically impossible for Hazi to come back. I mean, yeah, obviously the time itself, it will stop when you get two hands on the ball, but with 10 seconds left to go in the ball just now being reset, Hazi and Asko, they have gotten themselves the OBJ, so they can hold on for just a little bit longer, and now things are starting to hit mission critical. Flubso tries to rectify the situation, but it's still Asko to hold on to the ball, and he will unfortunately go down. CatSmile Gaming have full control of this lobby side, and as the time hits 000, there is not a damn thing that Hazi can do to try to claw this first round of oddball back. CatSmile Gaming, well, I should say gang, but truthfully, they have been gaming out of their freaking skulls so far, so they are CatSmile Gaming in my eyes. They do get themselves that first round. Now they just have to run it back and do it all over again.
Yeah, the old quadrenade from Sanro. But I mean, the thing about that there was I almost thought they'd whiffed it, Tudor. I almost thought they had whiffed it by not trying to take time off the clock. But thankfully for the Cats, they managed to get the claws out and sink their teeth into round number 1. We're going to see how many cat puns we can put into one lower bracket final. But it's going to be the smoke for MrTeaNCrumpets. Oh, that's the problem with that Shroud Shield, though. You line up exactly where you're going to be because the OS indicator goes off the map. And Flubso with the double hit into Azamat. My friend, that is not the way to go. That is not the way to go at all. Marine, he's going to be able to play this ball. Excellently done. The stick grenades, they're not going to be able to do as much since that nerf that they got.
Yeah.
But, man, great work from Marine. But it's Knuckles who has this ball now. And Azamat's on 5 kills again.
Yeah. Okay, so at the very least, he has met his record of the previous maps. Now he just has to go above and beyond that and get 5 more kills, potentially. Either way, though, ridiculous stuff coming out from MrTeaNCrumpets as he does already have 22 kills. A perfect 2.0 KD ratio is exactly the kind of performance we would have asked from him on the side of Hazi, but the rest of the squad needs to get up to snuff on top of that as well. CatSmile, they do once again retain control over the OBJ, closing up on 30 points within the first minute of oddball, or within the first 2 minutes technically of oddball, is exactly the kind of start that they would have wanted to have. And they do reset the ball because well, they went straight from the frying pan back into boiling water, and now Asko is going to rotate that back off, potentially up towards the sniper's tower. Overshield going to be online in just 2 seconds. No shield necessary by the looks of it. I think they were able to grab that entirely for free, but no. The smoke will still drop down. They do get away with the OS. And now Azamat looking to take the fight directly into the CatSmile territory.
And one thing I will say about Azamat, right? We do a little flame about the 5 kills, but 12 assists, man. 13 assists.
Yeah.
So is managing to find a lot of damage. Is going to find a great repulse, but run out of bullet, go down, but finds a 14th assist. So Azamat doing a lot of damage for the team here. It is going to be Marine who plays the ball once again. The Cats with a 3-point lead. Sanro, they're just going to palm it off to Marine, who's going to try and bring it towards this garage area. And there's going to be the heat wave who finds Azamat. Sanro with the heat wave. It doesn't matter the map. He is absolutely deadly with that thing. Marine, he clocks up a minute plus of ball time. 47 to 32 for CatSmileGang. And you'd have to say for Hazi, this is getting desperation times now.
Yeah.
They're 2-1 down overall. They're 2-0 down overall. They're 1-0 down here as well. And they've got to find ways. Oh! The shot, and Asko's going to finish that kill, and the ball is going to be reset again, but Marine is playing an absolute blind at Tudor.
Yeah, no, he's doing nothing but throwing haymakers left, right, and center, and speak of the devil, it is Knuckles. He's got brass knuckles on, bro, and he is giving absolutely no mercy, showing no mercy, I should say, to CatSmile with that S7. Gets the ball all to himself, and now he needs the rest of the squad to follow suit as well. MrTeaNCrumpets, unfortunately, does get shut down, now fully respawned, and this flank coming on through from Knuckles nearly played to perfection. He does get the shutdown onto Marine, but the oddball still out in the open. CatSmile, they can move into this lobby side, and at the very least, Hazi, they do get away with the overshield as Knuckles slaps it onto his chest. Zove takes a little bit of damage. His shields are stripped from that S7, and now Knuckles once again looking to mobilize as the oddball has been reset.
And the thing for Hazi, and kind of the weird part of this game is it... Oh, was that a stick?
Yeah.
Oh, Marine killed himself. Oh, man, -1 in the old score sheet, but great work. I mean, at least got the player to die as well. So all's well that ends well, but 60 to 37. There's still quite a bit of time here, you know. I wouldn't panic if I was Hazi, but you do have to find ways to get this ball, man. You have to find ways to apply pressure, and suddenly there's players everywhere as MrTeaNCrumpets is going to find Flubso. Knuckles finds Sanro, and they do manage to take this ball, however, briefly, and Zove with the double kill is going to be found in the Shroud Shield by Azamat's nade. 9 kills for him. But yeah, MrTeaNCrumpets, 29 kills. But you know what? They're still 16 points behind Tudor.
Yeah, indeed they are, but Hazi now starting to rack up that desperately needed progress as well. Oh, brilliant nade coming out from Marine as well to completely obliterate MrTeaNCrumpets. And now CatSmile, they can start to move back into this territory, but as I say that, it's Asko to come to the rescue with the heat wave. Does eventually get traded off by Flubso, but his work is already done, and he can give himself a pat on the back. Now he needs the rest of the squad to finish off what he started. MrTeaNCrumpets still holding onto the ball and rotating it back off to safety with both power items being back online in 15 seconds. Both teams' priorities are going to start to shift as Flubso is already taking control of dummies, and now MrTeaNCrumpets, the sole survivor, won't be able to get away with much. Honestly, if you ask me, they know he's by window. He's going to get naded out, and that is CatSmile actually getting away with the overshield. And now they will also strip the S7 out of the cold, dead hands of Knuckles. It should be CatSmile's game to win right now, James.
Yeah, a beautiful double from Zove. And in fact, if they can find this kill, it might even be the killing spree. But it's going to be Zove. He just runs right in there. It is the killing spree as they get the kill onto Knuckles. They will go down with that OS. But it's not going to matter unless they can find Marine. It's 93. It's 94. It's climbing up. They've got to push. They got no time for these kills. They actually got him, though. MrTeaNCrumpets with the 30. Asko with the 31 as well. And it is 95 to 69. Nice. But for Hazi, You can't lose this setup at all because otherwise it's over. And this sniper, Azamat, has to do so much work here, almost with the double wingman. Can he find this kill? No, he's going to get killed. Asko gets back smacked. And now it's just Young here. It's Knuckles. But Knuckles is going to find the double kill. How important is that going to be? The ball gets played. Knuckles with the triple. But this is going to allow CatSmileGang to get back into this, surely.
No.
They got to find a way to get on this ball as Asko's going to grab it. Asko's going to grab it. Oh, man, we'll get there eventually. But they might have done enough, Tudor. We'll have to wait and see.
The gap is now at, well, just 3 points. Hazi might be able to close this one off according to their own terms. That's an actual full team wipe coming on through. It is Marine to just salvage the ball, and all he has to do is hold on to it for 2 more seconds, and he knocks it out for CatSmile at the 11th hour. A close affair as Hazi gave it all that they could muster, but CatSmile, off of a fluke towards the very end, just close off Oddball in a 2-0 fashion.
Man, I'm not sure I'm gonna go as far as call it a fluke, but damn, son, Marine, 100 plus seconds of ball time as well, just was an absolute monster out there, constantly grabbing it, you know, back B or back green, even whatever you want to call it, you know, sniper tower, just playing the ball consistently. But you know what? They got outslayed, but they won the game. And that shows to me 2 things. 1, they have the heart of a lion. And 2, Hazi have got to do better capitalizing on their slays, because that is a thing that massively let them down right there. Yeah. I mean, look, CatSmile, they're going to bounce right back up into this grand final, winning this lower bracket losers final, whatever you want to call it, 3-0. But no disrespect to Hazi, but there is definitely something you can work on with that oddball.
Yeah.
CatSmileGang, they look quality, man. They look real good.
It was an absolutely class performance coming out from CatSmile, and we have to give credit where credit is due to Hazi, because we did have 2 of their players also just drop 30 bombs, the likes of which CatSmile weren't even actually able to reach by the very, very end of that entire series. But still, it was unfortunate. You can talk about as assists as much as you want, but Azamat just not being able to deliver in the fragging department kind of cost them a little bit as well, ending things off with, if I'm not mistaken, 27 deaths by the end of that oddball, the highest death count, with just about definitely under 15 kills. I think I saw like 12 or 13 kills to his name, which is not the kind of performance that Hazi would have needed. Everyone else did do their damnedest to basically just carry the rest of the weight, but it unfortunately wasn't enough. In an alternate reality, though, Hazi would have definitely forced out a 3rd game of oddball, but that's not the universe that we currently live in now. Hazi, unfortunately, will be knocked out of the tournament. Points still do matter, but they're not going to get themselves a moment of glory in the spotlight in that grand final.
No, unfortunately not. They are going to come 3rd, though, to join with their 5th and 6th from last week. So another solid performance next week, and they'll be in those grand finals. No worries about that. But speaking of grand finals, we're going to go to a break. We're going to sub back in MrTeaNC. Thank you for letting me join you on this one, Tudor.
Yeah,
and,
anytime.
When we come back, it is BH3 versus the CatSmileGang for the guts and the glory, and a straight shot into the EuropaHalo times NaVi Spring Series Finals. It's a long name, but we got there. But guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
One hell of an upset for Hazi, going out of the tournament without taking a single map versus CatSmileGang. And as such, CatSmile, they will have a shot at redemption, a chance to taste sweet, sweet revenge versus their opposition that knocked them down into the lower bracket just a little bit earlier in the form of BH3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand final for the Open Spring Series, number 2 of the EuropaHalo and NaVi partnered tournament. My name is Tudor, and once again, we'll be welcoming back MrTeaNC to see exactly who is going to be booking their spot in the spring finals later on. It's sure to be a banger. The storyline up until this very moment has been absolutely bombastic and cataclysmic, and we're not done just yet.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I'm quite happy that CatSmile won that. I mean, they gave us one heck of a winners final that went all the way to game 5. And so, I mean, part of me wants to see a nice game 7, part of me doesn't.
Yeah.
Part of me wants it to be a nice, a nice, clean, quick finish. But knowing these two teams, I don't think we're going to get that. I think we're going to get a long, drawn-out series, which is going to be great to watch.
It is going to be super great to watch. Let's go ahead and quickly run down the map veto for you guys so we know exactly what we have ahead of ourselves. We'll be starting off with Aquarius CTF, the game that didn't seem to end at all in the upper bracket final. It was a ridiculous series, actually forcing out a full standard reset after a failure to close it off in overtime. Map number 2 is going to be Street Slayer. Then we're going to be doing Strongholds on Recharge, Oddball Streets, Empyrean Slayer for the 3rd time this evening, King of the Hill on Live Fire, and then Slayer on Recharge should we need those final few maps. It is the first of 4 to win out the grand final, and if CatSmile are able to win 4 maps before it's out of PH3 do, then we will, as per tradition and as tradition usually dictates, do it all over again and start back from square one. But Aquarius CTF, dude, this was a ridiculous series, and I hope we don't have an exact copy paste of what transpired in the earlier affair between these two teams.
Yeah, and for those who were unable to watch the game or just missed it, that match was 2-1, went to the final seconds of the game, only for CatSmile to put in a cheeky little flag, take us to overtime. No caps there. We had the replay. It ended 1-0 to
BH3, yeah.
BH3, yeah. And that was within the first 1 minute 30 seconds, so they weren't messing about with the replay, but they did make CSG did make them work for it. And we might see another story here. We'll see if we end up going to another replay or not.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what happens. But for the time being, once again, slow and steady start off with neither team actually being able to get themselves a singular flagpole as things stand right now. It is Sunriz with the heat wave, and I feel as if his days are surely numbered. He is stuck, and it will be Flubso to easily clean him up in favor of CatSmile, a potential multi-kill to be found, but he will be traded off by Warlord on top of that. Great stuff coming out from him on the side of BH3 to keep things under wraps. Those sizzle sticks are going to chew away at these shields just a little bit for CatSmile's sake, but they will at the very least buy themselves enough time. And as Bastos comes in for a cleanup, he doesn't expect Zova to be right behind him. This 2v1 is not going to end off in Squashy's favor. He doesn't even get away with the melee kill onto Marine. Instead, it is Marine himself to just batter him down. And now with a near full team wipe plaguing the side of BH3, we might have CatSmile just narrowly break through.
Yeah, it was a nice change of pace. The last time these two met, it felt like CatSmile were getting wiped more often than not, at least in comparison to BH3. But they flipped the table and they said, you know what, we're sick of that, and now it's your turn to be on the respawn screen as a squad. I hope you enjoy your time there. And, they're fighting over these sizzle sticks. Maybe not as important anymore after the update, because they have nerfed them a little bit. I haven't played since then, so I personally don't really know if they're still as powerful as they were. It seems like they're not, so maybe that's not something teams focus too much now on getting control of anymore.
Yeah, I think with the most recent patch notes, the AoE of the sizzle sticks has been nerfed quite substantially as well, so you literally need to throw them as if they were just regular grenades to get the most value out of them, making them much less desirable to actually employ here and there. But still, they're free grenades to toss out. You may as well hold down your left trigger on the sticks and then just farm a little bit of extra damage. Sonro narrowly gets away with the frag, but Bastos is just built different a little bit, and he's actually waltzed his way into enemy territory. 2 players down for the side of CatSmile, and with that flag already being away from home, we can definitely see the side of BH3 start to duke this one out a little bit.
Yeah, we see Flusbo doing what he's been doing all tournament, really, and that's putting up numbers in the killing department, doing whatever he can for his team to try and get things working, things moving for him. And it's a nice change to see that on the side of CatSmile, they have a ton of assists in comparison to BH3. And that's not something we saw too much of in the last series. So they must be really on it and really feeling this match. And they want to go on and win this. Of course they do. Yeah. You want that guaranteed spot to secure your place in the finals. So these guys are fully on it. And I'm hoping they give us one hell of a series.
Seems to be the case. They give us one hell of a series in the lower bracket final, and just imagine if they would be able to pull it off without dropping a single map. They've already won 3 games in a row so far, and this could very well be the 4th as they get themselves their first flag cap in. It is CatSmile to find the leaderboard first right here, and already it doesn't necessarily seem like it's curtains just yet for the side of BH3, but judging by, as you mentioned, the kill count that Flubzo has dropped so far, 16 and counting, it seems as if he is an unstoppable force that the side of BH3 just don't have an answer to just yet.
Yeah, it's quite shocking, really. He's a new face to the scene, and he might have something to say about, you know, who's on the top 6 or top 8 sort of teams, because he's putting in work here, and he's been doing it all tournament. It's pretty nice to see a fresh face putting in this sort of work. You don't usually see this kind of stuff, but he's come out of nowhere from outside of from the Netherlands, and he's putting work. He's showing people right now on display that, you know, I'm here, I'm in the scene, and I've got some talent to show you lot, and here you go. He's showing it for everyone to see.
Also did really want to quickly touch on the engagement that we just saw a little bit earlier on. We almost had CatSmile actually find their second point, but then Bastos actually purposely pulled CatSmile's flag out of their home turf and shut down 2 players to get his own flag return in before being able to just continuously get that ball rolling. CatSmile, they nearly succumbed to a full team wipe, and as the respawn starts to come on through, that flag is going to be just tossed back up to Warlord, and that is the side of BH3 tying things up. 1-1 is your current scoreline, as we've narrowly exhausted 6 minutes on the timer so far. We're just about at the halfway mark of regulation play right now, and it's still just about as even as it was in that upper bracket final a few hours ago. Bastos with a perfect kill is going to find his 12th of the game so far. Another flag pull with 2 players down for CatSmile means that BH3 could potentially be well on their way to getting themselves a second point right now. It's just down to Sonro being the sole survivor on the CSG side, and he is nowhere near close enough to actually respond to this. This may very well be a second point locked in for BH3 as they respond with 2 back-to-back flag caps in a damn hurry.
Yeah, those sequence of events were pretty insane to see, really, because they got a full team wipe, started running the flag. As they were running the flag again, they almost got another full wipe, and then they got map control, and then they got control of that utility side there, ran the flag through there. It's probably the safest route you can take on this map. You have so much cover in comparison to the opposite side. And with the teamwork and hitting off those spawners as soon as they spawn, they were able to cap that cap, no problem.
Sunriz as well, dishing out a 2-piece before losing his life. That is milking your own life to its fullest potential. Beautifully done by him. And the CSG side still struggling to maintain control of this top mid section. Warlord is once again gonna give this a little bit more gas and start advancing further and further, with Warlord picking up yet another frag. Now it is Sunriz laying down Hellfire upon the CSG base, as we do have Squash and Warlord starting to creep in. There is another flagpole with 2 players on the CSG side already being down and staring at the respawn screen. Sonro is too far away to respond, and he gets cleaned up inside of home turf. And this is Warlord locking in a 3rd point for BH3. It just seems like at the flip of a switch, BH3 have played a flawless game of CTF, bar the 1 flag that CSG got at the very start off. But now with Sonro also going down as their flag is pulled away from home, I'm starting to get really worried for CSG.
Yeah, it feels like the switch has just been flicked, and all of a sudden, BH have woken up. Their heads are on fire. They're fully aware of what's going on around them now, and they're dealing with it very well. The assists, the gap has closed drastically there. The kills, again, as usual, they're pretty balanced throughout that whole team. It's not really one player doing all the work for him. It's everyone working together really well as a unit. There's clearly no impactful language barrier between the 2 Frenchmen and the 2 Englishmen on that side. And they're doing great jobs. They just need to make sure that they stop this flag run now. Don't give CatSmile any whiff of a chance to get back into this game.
It is going to be really, really rough, but obviously Flubso, there is no way that he can let this one get away from him. He will unfortunately go down, still leading the server with 21 kills to his name. No one on the side of BH3 is close enough just yet, except for Bastos, who is 2 frags away from finding that juicy little 21. Then there's Squashy finding another of his own. Flubso, though, comes in for the cleanup, and he gets both the heads of Sunriz and Squashy, and now he can just press on forward like he doesn't give a damn, but unfortunately enough shows a little too little respect to the side of BH3, and he will lose his life. Very costly engagement, but he still got so much value out of that 2-piece as well. But the rest of CSG unable to truly capitalize on the moves and on the space that Flubso created.
Yeah, it really felt like that moment there. He needed someone to be nearby and responsive to that situation. He got 2 people to 1 shot, and if there was a teammate there that could have flown in, cleared those guys up, maybe that could have created a window for a nice flag run, since they would have been 2 down. But here you go, they're getting a nice little return on their flag here, at least to try and not give away any more points for now. There's 2.5 minutes remaining in the game. There's plenty of time to get a flag cap.
Yeah.
Or get 2 flag caps is what they need to tie it up at the least. And I'm sure we've not seen the last of flag caps. You know, I guarantee you there will be at least 1 more in this game. For what side, we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, CSG, they've done it before in the upper bracket final. We thought that they were done and dusted, but they were able to get themselves a flag cap within the last 40 seconds to force us all the way to overtime. And now, mathematically speaking, well, you've got about 100 seconds left to go. You can definitely fit 2 flag caps in. It just depends on whether or not BH3 are going to give them the luxury of getting that done. Flubso now looking to hit dirty 30. He does strip the shields of Warlord, but not quite enough to actually capitalize. And Warlord actually drops right behind him. Then Flubso still gets away with daylight robbery, but he's been isolated in the 1v2, and he will pay a very costly price for doing so. His life, unfortunately for him. Now Zove and Marine starting to creep in further through that service tunnel. Sonro to lay down Overwatch, but Zove unfortunately left Marine out to dry basically, and he got cleaned up in the 1v2. Not exactly the ideal kind of team play that we would have expected from Zove.
Yeah, it's a bit uncharacteristic of him, really. He's been the least amount of slays in this lobby for quite a while now, and it's unfortunate for them because he has been putting up some good numbers in the last series at the very least. So it's a bit odd to see him not really on his game as much. But they've got a flag out at the halfway point here. They've got 2 dead. So they have the numbers. They've got the objective past the halfway point. It should be smooth sailing unless BH have something to say about that.
Potentially, but I think now they can actually deliver this one safe and sound. It's just an inch away from home, and it seems as if they can basically get this flag cap, and they do eventually do. I'm not exactly sure who was rewarded with that one. I think it might have been Flubso getting his own hands dirty to secure that cap, but it was desperately needed. But with only 10 seconds left to spare right here in Aquarius CTF, I don't think CSG have got what it takes to go for another flag pull. Zove inside of enemy territory will be met with stern resistance, and that was CSG's last hope of going for a flag pull within the last 10 seconds. Unfortunately enough for them, they aren't able to force us all the way back down to overtime like they did in that upper bracket final. It is BH3 to get away with a clean 3-2 victory right here to kick off the grand final.
Yeah, it was a close game as to be expected, and you know, I think that's the entire series pretty much summed up in a nutshell. It's never been a big blowout of a game between these two today, and we haven't seen that again here. And we look at the stats, everyone on that Burning Heads team, 20+ kills.
Yeah.
Their assists, they picked that up in the end. They were down by quite a considerable amount at the start, but they stuck together, they listened to each other, and they ended up working together well as a team and coming out on top.
Yeah, it was really, really well done by BH3. Not a whole lots of points of struggle, really. Not all too many hurdles that they really had to overcome, except for just the opening couple of minutes worth of play. And the moment that they got past all of those bad spirits and they were able to put their laurels to rest, it was 3 flag caps in a row, I think, within the span of about 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes at the most. And when you're basically on that kind of a roll and you just get yourself 3 points already scored and locked in that quickly, it starts to become really, really demoralizing for CatSmile to somehow get themselves two flag caps once again back to back to keep this a close affair and to keep it very competitive. But as they have shown before in the upper bracket final, and as they will continue to show us in the rest of this series to come, CatSmile, they are definitely not going to go down without a fight. Street Slayer, though, is going to be a very, very different story altogether. They were able to close off Slayer Recharge in their own favor. Or no, excuse me, that was BH3's closing off. They actually won both Slayer games in the upper bracket final on both Recharge and Empyrean, the side of BH3. So on paper as well, I would feel quite worried for CSG being able to actually duke things out. I mean, we're going to be relying once again on Flubso to do a lot of the heavy lifting. He almost got himself a 30 bomb right now on CTF, and we're going to require nothing short of that for them to once again tie things up.
Yeah, this map plays a bit differently because you have those extra power weapons to be focusing on, whereas with Aquarius you don't really have that. You just have the camouflage, whereas here you've got the rockets. So there's a bit of a change in people's mindsets with things. Sometimes you don't really get away with the camo, whereas with the rockets, even if you do get it and you fire one and kill yourself in the process, you still have an extra rocket in the chamber. So there's a bit of value to that, even if you do die once you pick it up and fire a rocket. It's going to be interesting to see who gets control of that, because from my memory, in the last series that these two played, CatSmile got 4 out of 5 rockets on this map.
Something like that,
so
yeah.
they were on the ball with making sure they had this power weapon, and they made good use of it as well.
They definitely did. So they're going to have to basically do what they've already been able to accomplish in the upper bracket final. It on paper seems super duper easy, but in practice, well, who knows, to be fair. BH3, they have just about as equal of a chance as getting it done as CSG. Into the action we hop right now. On board with Zove as he is creeping his way towards that center side, but to his surprise, the Spanker's already disappeared. Who exactly picked it up? He has no earthly idea, and he is getting absolutely harassed by those nades within the smoke screen as well. It is Zove, though, to find the head of Squashy as Marine narrowly clambers back up to safety, but he does get shut down, and from range, Warlord with the Stalker Rifle just doing God's work.
Yeah, it's a lovely weapon, especially if you are accurate with it. 3-shot kills for him. And it's pretty interesting to see, because I remember him in this position during the last series, and he was putting damage down on every angle that he could see. And it's what you want with someone who's got a weapon as good as this. You get 2 shots into someone, they're left as 1 shot, and the gun does fire pretty quick. So you can get a lot of damage done with this gun. You just need your teammates to be responsive and in a position where they can clean up all the messy people you've made.
Yeah, definitely so. It is still going to be, well, fairly tough, as we, well, have yet to see either one of these two squads truly break free of the other one's grasp. It is still even Steven 7-7 for the time being. The Squashy is struggling a little bit with the BR from inside of that terrace side. Zove from range is going to throw out a plasma, and that nearly sticks to Squashy, but does a good job of stepping back. He does have the upper hand versus Marine. That Sentinel Beam does soften him up, and Sunro does come on through for the cleanup, but Bastos to respond with a back smack and a 2-piece onto Flub, so make it a triple kill. He smacks Marine right where it hurts CSG most, and that might just be enough for BH3 to break through.
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like this map is definitely one, when it's this close, it comes down to whoever gets those rockets in the end, because we've seen they just keep going back and forth. There's not really anyone that's got a massive lead here. I don't think it's been more than a kill or two. Whoever's had the lead, but these rockets, they can give you that lead if you use them in the right way. I always look at rockets and think that's 2 guaranteed kills there.
Yeah.
Granted, you can miss. There are a few pockets here and there, but you can easily get kills with this thing, and it can swing the tide of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Squashy, he did miss out on his first rocket, but the second one is right on the money. Shuts down Sonro, so at the very least, he does get 1 guaranteed kill out of it, but ideally, those 2 kills, as you mentioned, would have just been so much more valuable to BH3 as opposed to just the 1. Sunriz, though, is going to be hopping back up to safety, and he's also accompanied by Squashy as they are looking to make moves down towards that lower ramp side. And now the question is exactly where have CatSmile Gaming gone? They're a little bit further out, hanging out inside of their own spawn, and Sonro gets absolutely battered. A trade to come through from Marine. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, but he is able to keep his head calm and cool. He will be caught off guard, though, by Bastos. Another kill secured for BH3. This, for the first time, we actually see the biggest gap that we have seen all game right now. 3 kills, as it is BH3 to hit 21 now. Gap is all the way up to 4.
Yeah, that's not good news for CatSmile. They kind of want to get a hold of this situation because the rockets are coming up as well. And if you're playing in a bit of a rough moment or a rough patch during the game, you don't want that to be when a power weapon's coming up, because you will end up losing control of that power weapon, and then the gap will just get bigger and bigger. And with Bastos popping off the way that he is, you really don't want that to happen.
No, definitely not. I mean, Bastos is doing what Flupso did in the previous game on Aquarius CTF. He is having an absolute field day. Marine, doesn't even get away with a kill from the grave from that Spanker. Unfortunately enough for him, he only strips the shields of Squashy, and he has given that rocket launcher on a silver platter to the opposition. Now Squashy on board with him. He's got the rocket launchers. He can get himself a kill. Narrowly finds a second onto Marine as well, but the HEs are going to be tossed out for good measure, and he's going to try to, chase down Sonro and locks in a triple kill on top of that. Exchanges that Spanker for the Bulldog, and this, I dare say, is just Bastos' world, and we are purely living in it.
Yeah, and shout out to Squashy for getting that triple kill, I believe it was. This is the second one we've seen in this game, and this gap went from 1-2 kills, and we're nearing 10. It was those rockets that made a bit of a difference there. They were able to just clean some people up with those, and the gap is being closed down a little bit now. I'll be a bit fair to CatSmile. They've closed it a little bit, but not by much. It's still getting close to that 10 kill mark, and you just don't want that. You don't want to be in this situation.
No, now it's at exactly 10 kills. It's getting rough.
Yeah, it's a rough. They just, I don't know what they need to do here. They need to go back to the drawing board and just say, look, guys, we need a 5-minute break. We need to go and do what we're supposed to be doing. Things that we did last season, or not last season, last series. We need to be doing those again. And maybe they've got some, secret sauce somewhere. They can just have some of that, and then they'll be snap bang on it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look that great for him at the moment.
No, and I mean, especially taking a look at Marine. I mean, he's 3-13. He's basically already hit the maximum amount of deaths that you could potentially even have in a Slayer game anymore, and you are purely a liability for your own team. Luckily enough for him, he is still keeping his life in tow for as long as humanly possible, and CSG are starting to claw back ever so slightly. The Spanker has gone online, though, and it is Zove to get shut down before even making a move for the rocket launcher. That's brilliant stuff coming out from Bastos to lock in the 2-piece, and he's going right for that Spanker. A 3rd kill secured by that HE facilitates Warlord to get away with the rocket launcher scot-free, and I think it might just be curtains right now for CSG, because 2 confirmed kills with this rocket launcher means that you will have BH3 effectively being sat on 49 kills. Second rocket, it collects on top of that. 48, 2 more kills to go as Sunriz will be collected. Now we do have CSG starting to mount a little bit of a comeback, but they have isolated Flubso all on his lonesome. Zove is trying to bail him out as Flubso wins out his own respective duel. They're only 1 kill away, and somehow CSG, they're still keeping themselves in it. They haven't lost all of the wind from underneath their sails, but at a moment's notice, that could all change.
Yeah, they really need to stick together and work really well here. They can't give up any lazy deaths.
Oh,
None of this one man, and there you go.
Heartbreak.
Well, that's a bit unfortunate, but they wouldn't have had such a gap to overcome if they had sorted things out a bit earlier on in the series. It's a bit like a football game, if it's 3-0, it's 80 minutes, and then you decide to start attacking and scoring goals, get to the 90th, and you've only got 1. It's a bit pointless. You should be doing that sort of stuff a bit earlier on in the game, so that way you don't find yourself in these rough positions. But I understand it can be difficult at times. I mean, I hate to point it out, but in a Slayer, when you go -11, it's not really something that's going to help your team get to a victory.
Definitely not. I mean, I already said it when Marine was on 13 kills. You have basically reached the ceiling for allowed deaths within a Slayer scenario, and going above and beyond that to about 16. That is rough. That is not the kind of performance that we would expected from Marine. I mean, up until this point, from the upper bracket and the lower bracket finals that he has played, he has been on point. Man was on fire so consistently each and every single game, and each and every single time he stepped into the action and into the thick of it, he was always ice cold. He was always delivering, and then somehow he falters, he stumbles, he trips. And because of that, CatSmileGang, they are now 2-0 down as we move into recharge strongholds. If BH3 take this once again, which in all fairness could very well just end off being a hat trick for BH3, they will force CatSmile into a very, very uncomfortable do or die position.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be series over. And like I said, we've seen it be very close. Even that Slayer was pretty damn close at times. It was just those small moments that you need to take control of and not let it get out of bound or out of your control, that BH decided to take control of. You know, they saw an opportunity and they took full advantage of it, pressed that advantage to the point where they had a 10-kill lead in the Slayer, and they saw out the game. That's the sort of stuff you need to be doing if you want to see out a series, especially long ones like this. You know, it takes a bit of endurance for players to be going through all of this. And the important thing is you've got to keep your head in the game no matter how many games you've played. You know, you've played a best of 5 already, you've played through the losers final, you made it to the grand final. You might be running out of steam, but hopefully you can just dig deep and find that energy.
And it needs to happen right now for the side of CSG. They're immediately starting to make a couple of moves over towards this lower end side to try to, well, claim control of that active camo, but it's gone horribly wrong right from the get-go. How does Squashy get away with that onto Sonro as well? Even trades coming out from both squads as the respawns start to come on through. C will be converted. The home base that CSG started off with is going to be fully capped by the BH3 side, and on top of that, they got away with the active camo. This is a brilliant start coming out from BH3 so far, and with CSG holding on to only B, which, well, good enough for them at the very least. It is a very, very tough site to confirm, or to convert, I should say. At the very least, they've got that working in their favor, but at the exact same time, you have to start worrying about actually getting A or C and start mounting up a lead.
Yeah, you are right. The A and C combo isn't really the best. It's the harder one to hold, because if you try to move from one to the other, you can always get caught off where the mangler is, whereas you're crossing up on the top. You always get shot from the people sitting in glass. It's not really the ideal one, but if it's there for the taking, it's there. But that's irrelevant now, because they've got the trip cap, don't they? Now, CatSmile, they said, you know what, we don't care about a 2 cap and A and B, we'll take the whole thing.
Ooh, this is getting dastardly right now. Warlord, moments away from securing the B conversion, and then in comes Marine to just straight up ruin his day. If that's the only play that Marine is able to deliver this entire game, I'm happy, because that was probably the most impactful thing he could have been forced to deliver for CSG's own sake right now. Securing B and holding on to B is probably the most valuable thing that CSG have got going for themselves, but you can see how committed Bastos is to securing this conversion, and Marine, he does it again! Doesn't secure the full return, though, and the full progress halt for CSG on that B side. It will be converted by BH3, but you've got Zove right on the case to once again convert that B side, and Marine shuts down one, narrowly gets away with the frag onto Warlord as well, and in comes Zove for a cleanup. He does actually find Squashy, but that was Flubso with the plasma grenade stick, and it is still nothing but CSG written in the skies. A triple cap to work with. This A is starting to get lost. BH3, they're showing us a sign of life, but it is looking pretty damn good for the Cats.
Yeah, Marine must have found the coffee, because he's got his kills, he's got more assists than the rest of his team combined, and then you've got someone like Zolvi just popping off with 6 and 0. So it's no surprise that they held a trip cap for a while and they're in the lead by 60 odd points. That might change now because Burning Heads have caught B again, and they have that BA setup that's being pressed by the cats on the smile. But we'll see if they're able to break that.
Ooh, Flubso getting caught mid-rotate, trying to work his way back over towards safety, and Marine narrowly scampers away into pipes as well. Somehow manages to dodge some of the HE spam as well, but Squashy gets right up into his face and smacks him down on top of that. A valuable frag being picked up by Squashy as Warlord is now starting to move in towards that seaside, but Flubso is going to be the primary deterrent. He will take a hefty boatload of damage from that plasma. It will be forced off a little bit further, and he will eventually get caught off by Sunriz. Now BH3, they've got an A and B hole to work with, and they are starting to close off that gap. They have made moves over towards C as well. It could be a potential triple cap to work with, and A, unfortunately enough, for the Burning Head's sake, will be converted into blue. Good job on Zove to lock in that conversion as well, but still, it is anyone's game as we have BH3 just a couple of points away from tying things up.
Yeah, this is what I was expecting when we got into this grand finals, and I saw that CatSmile had won that losers. It's this close series between these two, biting the nail sort of stuff. Nobody on either team is really standing out. They're all on par with each other. It's the same story that we had the last series, and it's great to see that they finally woken up on CatSmile, and they are bringing it and giving us a great series to watch.
Yeah, definitely so. Marine now looking to contest C. He's got two players to work with, but oh, that stick! It finds one frag and strips the shield of Squashy as well, but he will stay out of harm's way just long enough to be back into full fighting form. That could have once again been another game-defining play coming out from Marine himself, as Flubso and Sonro, they're trying to make their way to halt off the A conversion, but Squashy to the rescue, locks in that hill for BH3's sake on top of that, so they still maintain that 2-hill advantage. They're still racking up points, but CSG, they are making it so damn difficult for BH3 to even get a sense of comfort.
Yeah, it was a nice little snipe there from Zolvi as he's defending A. Capstat starts earning his team some points again. It's a bit mental that he's only got 0 assists.
Yeah,
that's something that's caught me off guard there. But as long as the team win the game, they get their points, I'm pretty sure he won't mind. He'll take 0 assists all that, and he's got 1 now, so probably shouldn't have even called it out. He heard me, and he wasn't happy with that. He said, you know what, there you go. Here's an assist. Shut up.
Just to make you a little bit happy right there. It would have been completely fine if he went the entire game without 0 assists, but now that everyone else has also caught up to his to the amount of kills he's dished out, with 3 members on the side of CSG sitting on 11 frags, Sonro being the only exception, you have to start to worry for BH3. Sure, they have 2 points. Sure, they have nearly tied up the score count as well, but CSG, they are still continuously fragging out. In terms of raw numbers alone, they are doing so much better than all of BH3 combined. It is ridiculous just how well they've been fragging out so far. Then Bastos narrowly gets away with the active Campbell, but at the very least, he does burn it as Marine slaps it onto his chest. That is very, very good utilization of, well, just making the best out of an already bad situation from Bastos. He does also isolate Sonro, but can't quite find the frag onto him. CSG, they do convert A, but now that BH3 have broken away and they have started a lead of their own, you have to start feeling worried for CSG, and they don't want to go 3-0 down.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to go 3-0 down in anything. But it looks like they might be able to bring this one back. Yeah, there's something about this CatSmile squad. They seem to be able to dig deep at times and just come out of nowhere and surprise people, like they did in the Aquarius CTF game where they got a cap in the last few seconds. Things might not be going well for them at the moment. You know, they may not have the amount of heals that they need to be scoring points, which is 2. For those of you that didn't know, they can change that. They just need to bunch up, push in an area like they're doing in A right now. They got 2 people dead there. There's 3 dead on Burning Head side, and they go straight for the triple cap. They're not messing about. They want to close that gap that they allowed Burning Heads to get on them and regain the lead if possible.
Yeah, and now we have BH3 occupied with something else entirely. They're trying to regain control of this pipe side. 3 people committed altogether, but you do have Warlord from up above maintaining Overwatch and dealing lethal blows. That's exactly what was needed of him. Oh no! What a horrible mistake coming out from Squashy, but at the very least, it was his own teammate that picked up the active camo at the very least. So a sigh of relief can be let out for his sake as well. Does eventually get away with the active camo, actively contesting this B side, and now he can try to convert it himself. Zove back to the rescue, but Bastos, he does what Bastos does best. He secures the B cap, and that is an absolutely sublime play coming out from Bastos for the side of BH3. Now CSG once again have to dig even deeper to get themselves another moment in the spotlight.
Yeah, that was a fine display of using the camo in the most efficient way you can. He was standing out in the open, but because he had the camo, nobody could see him, so he was getting those points on the hill, or getting the progress towards the hill, whilst CatSmile were lobbing grenades, not having any idea where he was, just hoping for the best. And they had to desperate it, and it didn't matter in the end because he got help from his team and he got a double kill onto the poor kitties.
Yeah, really just absolutely brilliant stuff coming out from Bastos as well, and he's not done just yet, but hopping on with Flub, so he's going to get absolutely harassed by Squashy and Warlord. And now with the score sitting at 234, luckily enough for CSG, Zove is contesting that A hill, but he will be smacked down. Machine back to the rescue, and he somehow brawls it out with Warlord. At the very least, CSG, they do get away with that A conversion, but now the respawns need to come through a little bit faster. They are working their way up to 200 points. This game of Strongholds could not be any closer between these two squads. Sunriz getting absolutely harassed by Flubso, who isn't having the game of his life as he did just a little bit earlier, narrowly hitting 30 kills on Aquarius, but he is still doing God's work. But now we have to hope that Flubso can pull through. He doesn't on the B hill, but at the very least, they do start to actively convert B once more. Zove quick to respond, but Bastos is just built different on the defense. Marine, though, does get himself 2 feet planted on B, but it's not enough for BH3. They already had 2 hills, and that's all they needed to hit 250. So they walk away with a 3rd game win in a row.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for CatSmile. Like they showed throughout their game multiple times that they were able to go toe to toe with Burning Heads, but it's always those little things, the little bits of communication that people pick up on, like with Bastos in that B hill just then. You know, he heard the call out. There was a one shot in there, so he goes straight in there, finishes the guy off, gets the second guy weak, and his teammates clean him up. That's the sort of teamwork that you want to see, and it's the sort of teamwork that wins you games.
Yeah.
You don't win games by running around doing everything yourself unless you're a god, and there's not too many of those going about.
Definitely not, but it could definitely, it would definitely be one hell of a story if it were to happen. Still, though, we could potentially be heading into what could be our last game for the entire evening for this Open Spring Series number 2. And I know you guys at home aren't able to see what we see within the observer feed, but we just saw Marine talking a little bit of smack in all chat. He is calling for a reverse sweep. He thinks that CSG are good enough to potentially just take out the brooms and start sweeping the side of BH3 back into the bin. I don't know if it's gonna happen. They seem confident about it, and we know that with each and every single one of these games that have been played so far, yes, CSG have been able to keep every one of these affairs really damn close. CTF was 3-2. Slayer was not necessarily the best showing, unfortunately enough for them, when they were looking at that 10 kill gap somewhere around the mid portion of the game. At the very least right now, Strongholds was also pretty damn close, but moving into Oddball. Oddball is going to be a very, very tough one to call on streets, in particular for CSG.
Yeah, I think we've played this map twice over the 2 series now, and I think both teams have won the map once each. So it's a bit of a difficult one to tell if you're trying to look at it through, okay, how many times has this team won this map? If you're trying to get an idea of who's going to win this, it's pretty hard to tell. Because in the last series, CatSmile had this series Burning Heads had it. It's a bit wild, really.
Yeah.
But that's what we love. We love all these sorts of close, wacky games.
It can get close, it can get super duper wacky, but CSG, they need to, well, muster up every ounce of strength available within themselves because their backs are now truly against the wall. They are facing a 3-0 score line, with BH3 potentially making history, winning their first online grand final, winning their first grand final since the Gamers Assembly land. Let's not waste any more time. Let's hop right into the action as we have Sunriz kicking things off. He's got a frag kill. He's got himself the Spanker as well. He's looking for victims to shoot at, and he already found Marine.
Spanker, Bull, rocket kills, you name it, he's on it. And it's nice to see that Burning Heads have decided they're going to focus on taking these rockets and work on making sure that they do get them, because it's something that they have struggled previously in this series on this map against CatSmile. And you know, CatSmile, they've got them down 2 dead. They've got ball control. They're rotating towards the PD side. It's probably going to try and set up in there. It's always a nice spot to take the ball. Got a lot of space to protect yourself, and your team can set up around you. It's a good spot to go for.
Yeah.
But it looks like Burning Heads are not really having any of it. They're applying the pressure to the point where they haven't been able to get that ball even into PD yet.
Yeah, I mean, as heavily as they are fragging out right now, I mean, both teams are fairly even when it comes to raw kill count alone. But yeah, as you mentioned, BH3 just unable to really translate that into point progression and oddball time so far, let alone actually getting it into a safe position to safely rack up points. It is Warlord to put the brass knuckles on and just beat down Marine yet again. And we do have Squashy holding onto the skull for as long as humanly possible. At the very least, they are going to tie up the point count with CSG, but they now have to start worrying about, once again, that Spanker coming online in a few seconds. It is Bastos and Warlord in tow with one another to just find the kills that matter the most, provide Squashy with the space that he needs to continuously rack up points. They're doing a brilliant job of controlling CSG spawns, and now this is about the worst position that CSG could find themselves in. An inescapable pattern of spawning on the opposite side of the map, trying to work their way through, but brilliant stuff coming out from the stalker rifle to leave that Spanker stranded out in mid.
Yeah, it did look a bit grim there for CSG, but with Burning Heads having control of the ball, it looks like they were trying to get the rockets set up. Unfortunately, they lost a bit of control there. They tried to desperate for the rockets, and Flubso was there with the stalker rifle and just took them out clean. It's a nice strategy when it pays off. Sometimes not everyone wants to bait a power weapon, but if you can do it and it works well, then that's good. You know, you've got to make sure everyone's on the same page there, because if you have one person and he misses his shots, that rocket person is getting away.
Unfortunately enough for Squashy, unable himself to get away from the danger of that Sentinel beam, but Warlord already up close and personal with the Bulldog. This should be an easy frag, but no, he gets absolutely pummeled by Flubso. That should have been going in Warlord's favor, truth be told, but he kind of fumbled the bag in the 2v1 over towards ramp, and now at the very least, he doesn't pay a massive price because you have got Bastos rectifying the situation. He will reclaim control of the skull just for a hot second right there, but he's not out of the woods just yet. He's got 3 blue silhouettes too damn close to him, and it will be Flubso to ultimately punish him. So CSG, they get themselves hands on the skull for the time being, but it's not all over yet. They've still got quite a massive gap to close off, and they're still heavily prioritizing map control. For the time being, they are winning out the majority of their ones. They are keeping all of BH3 at bay. It seems as if they got themselves in a much more safer position for the time being, but that may soon change.
Yeah, this little points lead that BH have is purely down to their objective efficiency, because there's no real big gap between who's outslaying who. It's more just them picking up the ball and holding it at the right times. And again, they're 2 down, and still CSG don't have any ball time. They're not doing anything with the ball. And that's kind of what people forget when they play oddball, is they do go for kills a bit too much sometimes. Where sometimes you do need someone who just narrows in on that objective and holds the ball more than anyone else. And it seems Squashy is that guy.
Now he wants to have a change of pace, though. He wants to hold on to the spanker. Oh, it doesn't work out for him at all. Doesn't get credited with the kill onto Marine. Only an assist for that one, unfortunately enough. And Flubsow somehow outduels the Bulldog. That is not something you see every damn day in your life, and he'll pick it up himself. A tool of destruction in the right hands could potentially be what CSG need to get back into the swing of things, but Bastos still holding on to the oddball, actually rotating it further and further into harm's way, into the middle of no man's land. And Flubso will pick it up for himself. Doesn't get away with it, though. It is Bastos to deliver a two-piece and somehow still keeps his life intact for more. It is Warlord to bail him out of danger on top of that. And that just might be the defining moment to lock in the first round of oddball for the Burning Heads.
Yeah, they still got a way to go before they do reach the score limit for the round. But the way Bastos is playing is beautiful to watch. He's playing with so much confidence, and he is hitting his shots. He's not missing. He's playing well. He's getting the assists. He's doing what needs to be done to get the wins. And I love to watch that sort of stuff. Someone who isn't afraid to hold the ball for a bit and do the dirty work, even though they are popping off and they're feeling confident and they just want to go at people and run at them like they're a legend or a SLG. Just get up in your face, raw aggression. But sometimes you have to be smart and understand that you do have to pick up the ball, and there is an objective here that you have to focus on.
Yeah, exactly. It was, I think, in the wise words of CS:GO Pro Cadian, at the right times, you have to know when to break the traditional rules of engagement. That's basically what Bastos has been doing for the entire duration of Oddball so far. But as you mentioned, however clean the Halo from BH3 has looked so far, they are not out of the woods just yet. In fact, it is CSG to pounce back. They have, well, established the lead for themselves, if only by one mere point. Squashy will eventually get claimed, and Flubso is going to get caught out all on his own by Warlord instead. He is locking down this terrace side, but he doesn't have control of the ball. It is still out in the open, moments away as well from being reset, if I'm not mistaken. That oddball has actually been left cold for quite a hefty amount of time as well. Zove dueling things out. And Warlord as well on low HP, practically one shot, and he will confirm the frag onto Zove. Finds the two-piece at the top of Terrace as well to shut down Marine. That is a brilliant bit of Halo coming out from Warlord. And it could potentially be exactly what BH3 needed, but 10 seconds left to go, and well, BH3, they need to get themselves some hands on this ball, and CSG, they're just letting that time play as a fifth player in their favor, and that should lock in the first round for the Cats. They keep the dream of this grand final alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, there was good moves from them there. It's not like back in the day where you can just leave the ball. Sometimes it's good, like you say, the ball can act as a fifth player. You don't always have to be holding the ball and then just keep increasing your score. You can let the clock work for you. And that's exactly what they did there, and they did it well. Because you're at a point with that late in the game, you start getting desperate and you feel like you have to throw your bodies at it. But in a way, sometimes that's not the best thing to be doing. But it worked out for them because they just outslayed them, and the slays speak that. I mean, Flubso, he's having another good game. He's 22 and 12 with 7 assists.
Yeah, man's on an absolute heater yet again for what feels like, I don't know, maybe the 5th time this evening so far. He's on fire, and there's just no way to shut him down, it seems. Despite all of the Burning Heads' best efforts and best attempts, he is just continuously delivering when it matters the most for the Cats. He's now decided he wants a little bit of a change of heart. He's going to actually hold on to the OBJ instead of being the primary top fragger, teabagger, and top shagger for the CSG side. But now hopping on with Marine, he's got the stalker rifle, tosses out spike grenades, but he gets blown sky high himself. And Flubso all the while is just, well, racking up points. 17 to go right now for CSG, only 4 on the BH3 camp for the time being, as they're still vying for map control. It's not really worked out, but Sunriz gets away with the skull, and now they've got a brilliant setup as CSG, they're on the opposite side of the map trying to brute force their way back in.
Yeah, it's a real top dog move when you're being the top slayer in the lobby, but you think, you know what, I could just pick up the ball, it's fine. I'll do bits all over the place, you know me. And then it's a bit difficult for for Burning Heads to break this, because it feels like he's going off and there's not much focus on shutting him down. Whereas on the Burning Head side, it doesn't feel like there's anyone that's popping off too much in this game. You've got Warlord with the 18 kills, but he's breaking even because of his 18 deaths. And the 4 assists isn't that much either. So there's no one popping off on their side to counter what Flubso is doing for CatSmile.
Not really, and Sonro's almost on his way to actually match that scoreline as well. 21 frags to his name, as we have Squashy collecting another with the Spanker. He does narrowly get away with the ball himself before being blown to smithereens yet again. CSG, though, still in the lead, if only by 12 points. They've got plenty of work left to go, but so do BH3 if they really want to force out a third round of Oddball and close off this grand final in a perfect 4-0 fashion. It is still very much within the realms of possibility for the Burning Heads right now, and with 3 players down for CSG, now you can look back into the strat book and go for those basic default holds. Hiding inside of that lobby section, controlling the spawns for CSG is exactly what BH3 need to get back into this one.
Yeah, they're definitely making good use of the power weapons and the moments that they've got. I said earlier on in the game that Burning Heads were being very efficient when they were getting their ball time and when they were picking it up. And that is part of what you can do. You can win a game just being efficient when you're picking with the ball. You don't always have to just focus on that. Just be efficient with it. You don't have to hold it all of the time. Just hold it at the right times, the right places, and then you'll end up winning the game. You'll rack up the points naturally. Some people, they do like to try and force, narrow in on the ball a bit too much. But it doesn't feel like that's something that any of these teams are really doing right now, and expected, because these are the 2 best teams in the tournament today. They didn't get here for a free pass. They fought and earned their spots here, and it's been a great series so far.
Blood, sweat, and tears from both ends so far, and we still can't tell either one apart, at least in this series of Oddball. In this second round, it has been damn close. Spanker once again goes back up online. We do have the side of BH3 maintaining control of that skull, but rocket launcher control has been lost. I think it was actually Flubso to fire off both rockets without even claiming a single frag. That is a little bit of misusage coming out for such a potent power weapon. Not exactly what you want to see, and because of that costly mistake, we do have the side of Burning Heads get away scot-free with yet another Oddball rotate down over towards this terrace side. Flipping the spawns yet again is not what the side of CSG would have wanted to deal with right now, but yeah, I'm going to reiterate it again. No kills found with the Spanker. It's a rare occasion when it happens, and it is a very, very costly endeavor.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see someone get a single pocket, but a double pocket is a very rare sight indeed. But Flubbo's just got his 30th kill of the game. It seems like Warlord and Bastos have sort of woken up a bit. They're halfway, well, not halfway. Well, they are halfway into their 20s, not halfway to the 30. But Sanro's doing the same thing. It seems like it's balanced itself out a bit now, and it's kind of reflected in the score a little bit. Because before it didn't really feel like that Burning Heads were in the game too much, and now it's looking like the round score is going to end up 1-1. Of course, there's still time to play for. Still a minute 20 seconds. And for those of you who are watching for the first time, the clock stops whenever you hold the ball. So that 1 minute and 12 seconds, that might end up being a lot more because of people holding the ball.
Yeah, definitely so. And speaking of holding the ball, CSG got an opportunity to hold on to it themselves. Unfortunately, Marine will be shut down. Flubso now having to dip back into PD, only to actually not meet his demise. He finds Warlord before finally being shut off by Bastos on top of that, who will take the ball all to himself. And it is Squashy to once again advance further and further down mid to try to reclaim that Spanker, but Marine gets away with it. He does exhaust one rocket, no kill found, unfortunately enough, and Warlord is going to pick it up. Can he line up the frag? No, doesn't find Flubso. Unfortunately enough, he falls himself. A little bit of misusage again coming out of that Spanker for the second time in a row. When it respawns, no kills found with the rockets. Another, what feels like it's probably just about as rare as seeing a leprechaun riding a unicorn. I don't know. It's the first time it's ever happened to me. Just seeing 4 rockets shot out and not a single kill found.
Yeah, at this point, if they don't want to pick up the rockets or do anything with them, they should probably just leave them there and save themselves the embarrassment. You don't want to be seen missing 2 rockets in a row. It's not really the best thing. It's not really going to go on your highlight reel, is it? But I'm looking at the stats here, and the assists are very much in CatSmile's favor. It kind of makes sense. They won the first round fairly convincingly, and it might be a bit behind here. But it's not by that much, You might think, oh yeah, the gap is 40 points and there's 10 seconds left. I should all it takes is you pick up the ball, and like I say, it stops the clock. So the time on the board doesn't really matter if you have a good setup and your team are hitting the people that are trying to break that setup with the cross map angles. You just need to make sure that you don't drop this ball at all, and you make sure you keep the setup. And if you do drop it, you best kill the people who are pushing you, otherwise you get this, and the round is over.
Unfortunate for CSG. They started to mount a little bit of a comeback, getting what was, I think, about 25, nearly 30 points in a row, actually, towards the very end of that round. But unfortunately enough for CSG, well, they will have to run it back and do it all over again from square one. BH3 still very much committed to closing this one off in a rapid 4-0 fashion to win the Spring Open Series number 2. And as we have Zove trying to, the absolute machine that he is. Warning shots quickly turned lethal from him. He picks up a nice little 3-piece right there. Potentially on for the overkill, or just to keep his life in tow for as long as humanly possible. And it is Sonro to get a little bit of ball time himself, the only player in the CSG camp who has yet to break 20 points. Now will get that done to himself on the OBJ timer. But yeah, CSG off to a pretty decent start so far, and that Disruptor is just going to chew through Squashy's armor. And well, that was Sunriz dive bombing into a whole host of CSG players, the Bulldog, only to show nothing for it.
Yeah, it looks like CatSmile, they're going for that PD setup there. And they're being a bit aggressive with the ball. They know that one guy's there, and they're walking with them towards the ball. It's a bit crazy. You don't really see that too often. And unfortunately, it didn't pay off for them. I guess they got a bit too cocky there. The Squashy came in and was able to help his boy Warlord out, the ex-Mocket duo. It's good to see them two playing together again as well.
Yeah, it's been a hot while since we actually saw Mocket as a name.
Yeah, I believe they were bought out by Vexed Gaming.
Yeah,
and then,
I do remember that happened. That happened a few years ago.
Yeah, it happened sometime last season or last year, I believe it was. Because I remember Mocket were around in the start of Halo Infinite, and they were doing pretty well, placing pretty highly. And then they eventually got bought up by Vexed. But it's good to see those two back together. I personally loved every single player on that Mocket roster, be it Batchford, Looney. Shout out to Looney. Coached Vertex and ANZ to their first event win. Well, not their first event win, but he's coached them to an event win that sends them to Dallas. So there's a little bit of a shout out to him. Shout out to Flubso, who's just broken the 40 mark, 41 kills and 28 deaths.
Is ridiculous. I mean, the only time you can really even break 40 kills is in a lengthy oddball match, but still, that is a kill record that I don't think we've seen in quite a couple of months. I believe Flupso may have actually just set a new record himself with 41 frags, and, well, we're still very early into this last round of oddball, and he can very much take it up to new heights on top of that. Bastos now caught very much lacking, and he will narrowly be claimed. How is he still alive? Zove and Marine struggling to hit the shots, and it is CHG to actually get fully wiped out by the burning heads. Now Squashy has enough time, space, and real estate as the spawns are coming in through, or the friendly spawns coming in through that PD side. He can just hold on to this ball for as long as humanly possible. Drops it as well to try to aid out, but Marine wants absolutely none of it. He is letting that Bulldog sing a sweet song of death. Flubso chimes in, Sunro in with the cleanup, and Sunriz is the only person that can clap back with a frag grenade kill on top of that. But CSG, they are back to get control of this oddball in an absolute hurry, showing no mercy whatsoever.
Yeah, this round is more of what I was expecting for this entire series. It's hectic. It's level. There's no unbalanced matchmaking going on here. These people are all Onyxes. They all deserve to be where they are, and it's a joy to watch. And CatSmile now, every single person on their team has more than 30 kills. Squashy's sort of the person on the Burning Heads who's slacking in the kills department. But hey, if you've got 91, 92 points and counting, you're being the objective player for your team, and sometimes you need to accept that going negative isn't completely a bad thing. You need to have someone who's going to do the dirty objective work for your team, especially in an objective mode. That's what wins you the games. It doesn't matter if you get more kills than the other team in an objective mode. What matters is your objective efficiency and how many points you get through the ball, hill, stronghold, or flag.
Yeah, definitely so. And even when you've got Squashy getting away with very even one-for-one trades, that is still more than enough for the rest of the Burning Heads to continuously capitalize on those kinds of plays. And Sunriz is going to take the OBJ all to himself once again. Lowest in the OBJ time himself, but he can soon start to catch up to the levels of Squashy and Co. on top of that. But with almost all 4 players on the side of BH3 going down, that is a really great gap starting to get set up by the CSG side. Sonro holding onto the skull for as long as humanly possible. And this is a little bit of a weird spawn flip that we usually see. Normally it's normally the spawns are flipped lengthwise over streets, never usually widthwise from the Bulldog spawn over towards B. It's rare when that happens, but it will be short-lived as utter chaos continues to ensue. Still, neither team looking ever the better for it, as the ball has been stranded and left cold in no man's land right outside of the main lobby side. As Zove is going to start to get peppered, eventually cleaned up by Bostos. A nice frag found at range. And Squashy tries to pick up the skull down by dumpsters, but he gets dumpstered himself.
Yeah, he definitely got put straight back in there. Well, maybe he was never originally there, but he got put in the trash. Let's just say that. And look, Bastos decided that Flubso was a little bit lonely in the 40 club, so he decided to go and join him. He's sitting on 42 and 39, and that's good. You're gonna need someone who's countering what Flubso is doing on CatSmile. So if you don't, and you're all just sitting on 30s, whilst you've got someone on the other side popping off and doing their thing, it's not a good sign for you. You still might be able to creep through with objective efficiency, but it's not something you want to rely on. And if it is a problem, you want to make sure you can fix it, whether it be you focus on that one player who's popping off on the enemy team and shut him down so he's ineffective, or you have someone like Bastos who says, I'm just gonna go harder.
Yeah. He's going to push it to the absolute limit. That's what Bostos has been doing this entire game so far, narrowly. 1 kill away from tying up the kill record together with Flubso, as well as he is holding on to the oddball 55 points and counting, as we have 54 seconds left on the timer alone. So now that factor is going to start exerting a sense of phantom pressure that both teams are going to have to take into account. But still, CSG are looking the better out of the entire situation. They've regained control of the oddball. They can start to hold on to this, potentially make it all the way up to 100 points, or just decide to drop it after, let's say, 85, 90 points, and then let that clock do the rest of the work for them. There are plenty of options to work with, but they still maintain control. They are still getting perfect kills left, right, and center, and really keeping this BH3 side at bay. That should be the lockout. No one on the Burning Head side is close enough to respond, as we have Flubso locking in the 100th point for CatSmileGang. They do secure themselves a 2-1 victory on Oddball Streets, and they are not done with this grand final just yet.
Yeah, Flubso for me, he was that match. He ended that game with the most kills, the least deaths, second most ball time, and second most assists. He just absolutely went off. He dominated that game. Someone had he got a stamp and just stamped his name all over it. It was insane.
Yeah, Flubso, he is him. That's all that I have to say about it. He is the man. There's a new sheriff in town, and he's Dutch. That's it.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first good Dutch player in EuropaHalo.
Still, though, where do you go from here if you're, like, in the VC of the Burning Heads? I mean, you've done it once before on Pit Slayer. You have seen CatSmile just pull the absolute performance of a lifetime to keep themselves into this grand final. Do you just put it in the rearview mirror and do what you did earlier in the upper bracket final to lock it out on Pit?
Yeah, I think you have to do more of the same, really, with Pit. You just need to get that lead. Or you don't have to do it, but it is a strategy that you can use. You get that lead, at least later on in the game, then you can sort of shut up shop, sit on your side of the map, take it slow, and let the other team feel the pressure. Let the other team look at that clock and look at the score gap and think, oh no, we need to do something right now, otherwise we're not going to be able to win this game. it's just like you say many times about using the clock as a fifth man. It really can be useful, and some people probably don't look into that as much as they should.
Definitely a valid tactic that BH3 used once previously to outright close off the upper bracket final, and they can definitely do it again right over here. But now, obviously, our attention turns over towards CatSmileGang, and if they can maybe pull ahead first. That is essentially all that it really boils down to. We've been saying it throughout the entire duration of tonight's broadcast. You get yourself that kill advantage, and then you just have to sit back, relax, put the controller down, and then pick it up at times when things start to get a little bit hazy here and there. But for the majority of the part, you just want to get past 40 kills and you are basically set to go on Empyrean. If CSG are able to maintain control of the power weapons and the overshield, and maybe even potentially both of those sniper rifles, then they will effectively set themselves up perfectly. But that seems to have been the Burning Heads' strong suit when we look back on the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see how this one plays out, because I remember we had a disconnect in the first time we played this match, and CatSmile were all over Burning Heads in that initial match. But since we had the disconnect and we did the restart, things sort of flipped on their heads, and Burning Heads, I guess they caught CatSmile out with their starting strategy or something.
Yeah.
Because they ended up walking away with that game with the 10-kill gap or something like that.
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it was good to watch. It's always nice seeing when a team figures someone else out and reacts to things that are being done by them in a positive way. But we'll see if they can do the same here, or maybe CatSmile will say, you know what, you figured us out, now we're going to figure you out. We know how you play on this map. We know what you like to do and what you like to go for. And we're going to shut that down. We're going to make sure that you don't get those rockets anymore. We're going to prioritize those instead.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, from right off the bat, within the opening couple of seconds so far, within the first minute, we already did see the side of CSG get themselves one overshield. Granted, it has already been completely exhausted, and the Spanker, which I believe still has one more leftover rocket ready to be shot, and that's already been translated into a 3-kill advantage. The S7 in the hands of Warlord is just looking for a couple of heads to click on, and now Marine is going to jump in on the fun, but he gets out-sniped by Bastos on top of that. That is one power weapon now dropped and left for the weight side, as Bastos is going to pick up the mantle of responsibility. Missed shots coming on through, and he will be disintegrated by Zove's heat wave. And there is the two-piece that Zove has been begging for this entire time. Perfect swap out, picks up the S7 straight up off the rack.
Yeah, that was a beautiful snipe, and a nice little double kill to top that off. And that's what you want. You want to keep the control of that sniper. If your teammate dies with it, you don't really want to just leave it out in the open for the other team to get. You want to make sure you pick that up and they don't take advantage of it, because if they do, there's potential kills. You know, one shot in the head, that's a kill. You shoot someone in the body, that makes them one shot, and a teammate can go and clean them up if you're unable to. So it's one of the most useful weapons in the game, and I think in any Halo, everyone loves a good snipe.
When you can put it to that kind of usage where you're just magnetizing your shots to the opposition's head, is just so beautiful to watch. And at the very least, it's not so beautiful to watch Squashy get blown sky high by Flubso's plasma. He is 6 kills up so far, and the gap has already been extended all the way to 5 kills within the opening 2 minutes of play. Overshield now back online, and Flubso is just going to make an absolute straight up gun for it. He does throw an HE for good measure, but no, he gets knocked off the face of the earth. Goodbye to him, and goodbye to the overshield. Warlord definitely just bailed all of the Burning Heads out of what could have been a very wonky situation, but they're not ready to put their laurels to rest just yet, because Marine's got one more rocket left in that chamber.
Yeah, that repulsor play with the overshield by Warlord, that shows that it's a player with a lot of experience. You know, the younger players probably like to rush for those sorts of things, but he sat there, he waited, and he knew someone was going to be there, and it paid off for him. Sometimes you just have to be a little patient, and then you'll get a bit of a reward. But finally, I've been on the Goose watch for a while, and Marine was the Goose, but he finally got his kill. That's good to see. He just needs to get a few more now, because this is a Slayer, and we don't want a repeat of what happened last time, where it was -11 that they went. Yeah. And it wasn't that massive of a gap between the two teams either. So if he can fix whatever problems he seems to be having with Slayers and going positive in them, then CatSmile can walk away with this game pretty easy. And I'm saying all this, but they have a 6-kill lead, and he is -4. So he sort of fixes whatever problems he's having, gets a few kills under his bag without, dying. Then this kill gap goes to 10.
Yeah, basically. I mean, he did already start to, well, sort of fight his demons a little bit earlier on recharge as well, and it was very much necessary at the time when it was being played. Unfortunately, it does seem as if we have had a player drop from the server, so we are going to have to quickly, well, get things back up and running. I'm not exactly sure who dropped from the server. It seems to be Flubso having a little bit of a disconnect, unfortunately enough, on the CSG side. So we are going to get them back into the swing of things so we can continue things where we left them off. But CSG have so far been on an absolute roll since the very start of that Slayer matchup. 29 kills to their name, a gap of 5 kills, and with well, basically just people just fragging out of their absolute mind on the CSG side with the sniper rifle, with the overshields, and with the spanker. It looked really, really good from them.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait a second. Try and see if the admins can figure out what the restart condition will be. But it was going well for CatSmile. It feels like a deja vu, because this is how the first game went in the first time they played this map in the last series.
Yeah.
Again, CatSmile were in the lead by about 5 kills, I think it was, and then a disconnect happened, and it kind of threw them off. Unfortunately, hopefully this doesn't happen again and they can keep up the momentum that they had. But we'll let you know as soon as we've got a decision made by the admin team here.
Yeah, not exactly sure what is going to happen with the aggregate scoreline over here, if we're just going to play things with a gap of 4 or 5 kills, whatever it was left off. But yeah, that is a very, very good point to actually bring up, because we are now starting to actually get slapped across the face with a sense of deja vu, right? This happened before in the upper bracket final. CSG were on an absolute heater when they started things off on this exact Slayer and map mode combination just a few hours ago, and then suddenly, on the flip of a dime, you had the side of the Burning Heads just come back with an absolute vengeance, extending a gap of 10 kills plus by the very, very end of it. So now you have to think to yourselves, yeah, where do we go from here? Are CatSmile really going to fumble the bag again? I don't know. It's very much within the realm of possibility, though, and that makes me scared for them.
Yeah, I hope so. We've got those in, and the difference at the time of the disconnect was 5 kills. It was 28 to CatSmile and 23 to Burning Heads. So that's going to be a 5-kill difference. CatSmile will need 45 kills to win the game, and Burning Heads will need the standard 50. And last time it was a 3-kill gap, and CatSmile let that slip. Like I said, I hope that that's not the case again, because they showed in this match that they can work together well as a team. Like I say, this map really does showcase how well a team can play together, and they can do it. They just have to do it.
Yeah, that's basically it. It does seem as if we also have had one player with a little bit of an internet issue. So while we get that sorted off in the back end, we are going to cut to a short little break. But don't touch that browser. Definitely don't close the stream. Don't do anything but sit tight. And we'll be back in just a few short minutes with what could potentially be the final map of this grand final. See you guys in a few minutes. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the swing of things. We are going to be starting things back off basically where we left them, but CSG, they've got that 5-kill advantage to work with, and so far it is BH3 to get away with the overshield, but traded out for Flubso on the spanker.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they manage to get the kill with this. We've had a lot of pocket rockets recently, so we'll see if they've decided that they'll actually make use of this rocket that he's got in the chamber. Just trying to keep an eye on if there's someone in the snipe tower, and there he is, Squashy with the sniper. Unfortunately missed his shot on him. Trying to keep an angle on that sword room where the sniper Marine on CatSmile is sitting.
Flubso. Unfortunately for him, he gets caught out. Doesn't quite get away with using. I believe he also still had the spanker on his back. If I'm not mistaken, he didn't get to use that last rocket either, but it is Bossos to find his 2 first kills of the game so far before being traded off. And there's Sunrise also getting absolutely gobsmacked by Flupso and Sonro all together. Warlord now trying to rectify the situation as he's still sitting on a goose egg, hopefully for not too much longer. Bastos now willing to get right up close and personal into their faces. Unfortunately enough, Squashy can't quite bail him out just yet, and he is caught between a rock and a hard place, forced to drop down to safety, or so he thought. Flupso was waiting for him down there with open arms, and he gets away with the two-piece, claims Bastos as well. And once again, CSG off to an absolute screamer of a start.
Oh yeah, this is almost a 10-kill difference when you consider the 5-kill lead that they have due to the restart. And Flupso seems to be, he's got the majority of his team's kills. He's got 6, the rest of them are sitting on 4. Make that 7. And unfortunately gets cleaned up there by Fluzzbo, and Squashy decided he was going to be the buzzkill for him. And ended his spree. But that's what you got to do if you're on Burning Heads. You've got to make sure that CatSmile are not having a good time and not enjoying themselves, because you're down by 5 kills.
Yeah.
And you need to make sure that you don't throw this game.
Throwing this game. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Throwing this game is the exact same thing that fucking, thing that CSG want to avoid from last time around. I mean, they're starting off with the 5-kill advantage right now, and there's no way that they can sort of bend that exact same advantage the exact same way that they did previously. Warlord does get away with one, at the very least, one spanker frag, which is pretty good, and I'm pretty sure that must have exhausted both of the rockets that were left in the chamber. Now Squashy pushing up towards mid has Sunrise to also bail him out of the situation. Good stuff coming out from him, and the S7s, they're just a few seconds away from coming back online, so those are really going to be the telltale factor as to how the rest of the Slayer is going to go. Obviously, both teams now sat on 17 kills apiece, but CSG only need 45 to outright win this one, and Marine is now speedrunning his way back to that S7, claims it, now looking for a few victims to shoot at.
Yeah, hopefully, unlike the Rockets, we can actually see some shots that are hit. I feel like the rocket hit ratio for this series has not been great at all.
No.
But there you go, Bastos getting a nice little cheeky nade kill as he's retreating. That's not bad. And you always appreciate a little kill like that you're only half expecting to get. You sort of throw those grenades. Or at least I throw those grenades, hoping for the best half of the time. I'm never really throwing those ones when I'm falling back, expecting to get something from it. Yeah. So it's always nice when you do get a bit of payout.
Always so.
Yeah, Flupso still doing bits for his team over there. The 9 kills. Sandra gets a bit slaughtered there, unfortunately. But his team come in, and it's a 2-for-2 trade. That'll be fine for Burning Heads. If they get a couple kills more lead. But there you go, Bastos with a spree. He's waking up a bit.
Yeah, good little duel coming on through. Narrowly finds the head of Sonro as well. That would have been absolutely magical if he could have gotten that headshot as well. Now the gap remains just 2 to separate both of these two squads. Sunrise still maintaining control of that middle portion with Zove not too far behind as well. Sonro finds his 3rd of the round restart so far. And he's chasing down Sunrise. Marine trying to get a little bit of magic force back into this one. As Sonro has got the heat wave, maintaining control over this control side, but he's going to start to get pressured. Does get away with the trade. Given the circumstances, he takes those trades every day of the week.
Yeah, it's it's still not looking good for Burning Heads. They may have a 1-kill game on lead in the score. They've got to remember, and it's got to be in the back of their heads, that we're actually losing this. We need to get a 6-kill lead in this match to guarantee ourselves a win.
Yeah.
And you need power weapons to do that. The Marine's got them. I'm pretty sure the hit ratio for rockets, or kill ratio for rockets in this series, has been about 0.2.
Yeah, something like that.
And we won't get to see that, but Zolvi, nice snipe, then leads it into a double kill. Puts him on 10 and 6 with 5 assists. And if the timer was extended a bit longer, he would have had a triple there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's also brilliant usage of the overshield and its full duration. Getting himself 3 pieces after tanking that many shots, coming left, right, and center in every single direction. Absolutely brilliant stuff. It seemed as if Sunrise almost fragged himself as well. It bounced back, kind of landed right in his face, but he did get cleaned up beforehand. Doesn't have to endure the embarrassment of seeing a frag grenade next to his own name in the kill feed at the very least. But still, though, A 3-kill lead established for this BH3 side means that they are 2 kills behind, technically speaking, as we do have Bostos get away with an S7. He's now working his way over towards control room to see if he can find Fluzzbo, finds the dink and the cleanup as well, but he's just been stuck. That is rough. Brilliant, brilliant toss coming out from Sonro right there. Seems as if he's, well, taking up the mantle of responsibility, impersonating Tom Brady a little bit with these throws.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not that big on American football, so I don't really know. Don't really know too much. But yeah, it's always nice when you get a nice stick like that, especially from distance. I feel like most of the time you usually see it with people up close. Some people throwing it as a last-ditch effort to get a cheeky kill. Seeing them at that distance is always nice to see. But there's only a 4-kill lead still here for CSG. Well, now 5. It's getting to the later stages of the game where it does really just come down to this next round of power-ups and power weapons. You get the rockets, there's 2 kills, you get the overshield, you can soak up some damage like Zolvi did a second ago where he got the double kill. And they have to play for those, but they must remember they can't just throw their lives at them. They could do a cheeky warlord and wait, and then pounce on someone after they think it's all safe. But we'll see what happens as they're about to come up any second now.
Yeah. Still, though, I mean, 44 kills means that CSG only need 1 more kill to close this one off with the aggregate score. And despite the fact that they have lost out on the Spanker, they can choose to just outright ignore it and, well, find isolated 1v1 engagements instead. Marine is going to get blown up by that Spanker, and there's 1 more left. It won't land its mark onto Fluzzbo, unfortunately enough. Squashy's going to find him, and Sonro is going to deal the lethal blow to close things off in CSG's favor. That is 45 kills hit, counting the 50 that they got before the reset as well. So CSG, unironically, still not going down without a battered fight. They are now almost on their way to successfully completing the full reverse sweep. 2 games in a row. Setting things up at a 3-2 scoreline is absolutely ridiculous. They want that grand final reset more than anything else.
Oh, for sure. Especially with all that smack talk Marine was doing in the game chat about how he's going to reverse sweep him and that. So it's good to see that he's actually, their team are actually trying to get that reverse sweep and stay true to their words. It's always a bit embarrassing when you start smack talking a little bit and it doesn't really go your way.
You can definitely tell Marine is not one to break promises at all.
Oh, yeah. The stats there that we just saw, they're all fairly similar again. Most of the time we see that, unless you've got a Bastos or a Zolvi popping off and doing mad things. But everything was fairly level. There was no one too far ahead of someone else. And it shows that these people, everyone in this game, they're pretty fairly balanced in terms of skill levels. It's not one guy who's being carried along and someone who's just baggage, or one guy who's just carrying the entire team. Everyone sort of deserves their spot here. And they're all good players. They're all doing well.
Everyone's been chipping in exactly what we would have expected from them all. Yeah,
they're all doing their part. And because of that, we get a game 6.
Yeah, indeed we do. We are going to be going back to King of the Hill Live Fire Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. If you guys missed out on the upper bracket final, well, when we saw this as our game number 1 between these 2 exact same teams, it was a flawless 4-0 victory for CatSmileGang, to which BH3 then responded with 2 game wins of their own. So on paper, at the very least, and that was also including a reset after a player dropped after CSG scored their first hill point as well. On paper, CSG are heavily favored to go all the way to the very 7th and final game of Slayer on Recharge, unless BH3 have something to say about it. And now, just coming off the bat of 2 losses in a row of Oddball on Streets and Slayer on Empyrean, they must be feeling a little bit demoralized, but they can't necessarily let that break their spirits. They have to do better right now on King of the Hill if they want to close off this grand final.
Yeah, I don't think it will affect them too much, but it would always be in the back of some people's heads. They might not be showing that this is a concern of theirs, but it's definitely there that, oh man, we don't want to get reverse swept. We've just been trash talked. We can't go out like this.
Yeah.
But luckily for them, thankfully for them, this is just the grand final. So
Mhm.
if they do end up losing the next 2 matches, we will go to a grand final reset and have a whole nother best of 7 where they get an extra chance or an extra life in the tournament and another go at CatSmile Gaming to see if they can beat them to win that guaranteed spot for the NaVi EuropaHalo Spring Series Finals.
Yeah, it would be one hell of a story, and we are just moments away from getting into the action once again. CSG facing straight up elimination right here in this grand final. Without the luxury of seeing the likes of a grand final reset, they have done it before in that upper bracket final, winning it flawlessly 4-0. They can definitely do it again right now. We've got the S7, we've got the Overshield as well, 2 crucial pieces of utility that they were unironically not very keen on grabbing for themselves. They kind of left those up for grabs, and BH3 would happily snag them up while CSG were just going for raw point counts and OBJ play alone. Maybe this time it's worth rethinking the tactics a little bit.
Yeah, it could be. I do remember a lot in that match. The Overshield kept being used as this trump card, and it kept stopping people from getting kills, and it helped them cap kills. And that's what it's there to be used for. You don't have to activate it as soon as you pick it up, like what would happen in old games where you don't really activate it, you just walk into it and you've instantly got the Overshield. In this game, you can pick it up and then hold it for a little bit, push a bit further up the map, use it just before you're about to make that push, and then you'll get the full shield, the full strength of it, and it'll allow you to soak up a bit more damage for your team, so you can be more of a distraction, and your team will get a few kills, you'll get the hill, and then bosh, you've got a point, nice and easy.
Yeah, now hopping on with Zove. He's still got the sniper rifle intact, as we do have CSG starting to continuously rack up a couple more points for the time being. They will maintain full control of that green side, and Marine is already working his way towards dummies to meet the respawns halfway. HE's tossed out, and it gets super messy. He eventually does trade himself off with Bastos, but they have basically undermined all of BH3's progress that they've built up so far. Zove to find the head of Sunriz, and he does get another shot off to Warlord as well to round off the 2-piece. Squashy, though, will contest green, but it is short-lived. His days are numbered, and Zove is going to lock in that first point, finds Bastos just as he turns the corner with the sniper rifle, and he gets the shot onto Sunriz as well. Man is kicking so much ass, he's forgetting to take names.
Yeah, and I like that attempt there of him trying to use that repulsor in a more of a defensive way to fling him back and get him behind the cover. Unfortunately, he didn't get it right, and he ended up dying. But those are beautiful shots, a beautiful usage of the sniper, and it's what you love to see. Nobody likes seeing missed shots. We all like seeing them connect in the way that he made them connect. And a bit of a goose watch. We have Sunriz sitting on 5 deaths and 0 kills. He's got 2 assists, so he's not doing he's not just standing around. He is playing the game. Hopefully he can get off that goose watch, because nobody likes being on a goose. But the Overshield was not burned then. Just launched up until the top middle, and it seems that nobody is aware of that. It seems everyone just ran by that and left it.
No,
so
I'm
it
pretty
might
sure...
still be there.
No, I'm pretty sure the Overshield was slapped onto someone's chest, and then they got stuck by a plasma grenade and then cleaned up afterwards with a frag. So that Overshield has actually been completely burned, unfortunately enough. And the next one won't be online for quite a little bit of time. Sunriz now finally off the donut, got himself 2 frags, so at the very least he has rectified his previous mistakes, as the S7 is just 2 seconds away from going back online. Bastos has absolutely no way to deter anyone from picking up that power weapon, and the plasma pistol is starting to rip and tear its way through these shields, but it's a futile effort, unfortunately enough. We'll have to rely on Sunro to come in as the cleanup crew, mopping up all of these players. He does get away with 1 frag onto Warlord, but Zove, now working his way back up that sniper tower, can't quite find the right connections with the S7 just yet. Rotates on through, missed shots onto Bastos, and the BR cleanup still not there for him.
Yeah, CatSmile are looking pretty cat strong right now. They've got that 1 heal lead. And they've got tower control. Somehow Burning Heads were getting some heal time just then. But bosh, Zolvi with another little double kill and another little snipe there. He just needed a bit of help from his team there, and they can get this hill easy, and that's it. They go and do that 2-0 up in the match. This is looking like a bit of a repeat
Yeah.
from the last King of the Hill game we've played.
Yeah, I mean, history happens for us to effectively learn from it, and it seems as if BH3 have learned not a damn thing. They cannot put a leash on the Cats for the second time in a row on King of the Hill, and Marine is going to expend that last bullet in the S7 before being disintegrated by Warlord's heat wave, and he's just going to town inside of lobby. He will get away with the 2-piece before being traded off himself. It's all down to Squashy to contest this hill before the respawns come on through, and he does not want to have any of it. He's being pressured by Sonro, does win out the 1v1 heads-up gunfight as Flubso contests. He will fall himself. Zove's the next to go on top of that. So VH3 now finally get themselves a little bit of progress started off on this hill in particular, but it's far from a job call done.
Yeah, we're only at the halfway point, really. It's still only 2-0. And there's a lot to be done on both sides if they want to win. CatSmile, of course, they're a bit closer, and there has to be more work done for the side of Burning Heads. But you know, there's nothing that says they can't do it. They're getting the points now. They've had this hill for a good 10 seconds or so, completely uncontested with minimal pressure, because the teammates that are sitting outside of the hill, a bit more forward up the map and watching the angles, getting the shots on those Cats that are trying to just flee into that hill. And it's not worked for them. Burning Heads ended up getting the hill there, and it's well played for them.
Yeah.
It's not like you see sometimes with these amateur players, for lack of a better term, who double stack a hill. You know, you don't need 2 people in that hill to be scoring the points. You just get 1 guy in there, and you set your team up around there and watch the angles, and then you'll be fine.
I also wanted to touch on very clever usage of the smoke by Squashy. He kind of places it and then hops on top of the OS spawn, kind of creeps forward a little bit just so he can get a glimpse as to what is going down over towards that lobby window side. But as the overshield comes online, Bastos is looking to make sure that not a single cat gets their paws on that OS. And this is also one of the toughest hills to contest. Bastos slaps that OS onto his chest, and now he can just tank anything and everything that comes in his general direction, except for that plasma charge shot that narrowly stripped his shields. Luckily enough for him, Sunrise does come to bail him out with the S7. 2 connections, 2 kills found before finally being traded off, and now Bastos looking to lock in this hill. No one on the CSG side close enough to respond. This should be the side of BH3 closing things up and tying up the scoreline.
Yeah, it's looking, this might be a bit of a curse of the caster situation. You said that they hadn't learned anything, but it seems like they've heard you, and they decided, you know what, we were only taking it a bit easy. Now we're actually going to be playing. Now we're going to go and win.
They finally turned their monitors on. They know.
Yeah, because they've got those past 2 hills, and the first hill they got with relative ease, and this second one, they're right on it.
Yeah, indeed they are. The next hill, though, is right in the middle of the S7 spawn, and this is also a bit of a nightmarish hill to contest, because whoever's got control of that sniper tower will usually edge it out over towards the full hill conversion as well. For now, though, it doesn't seem as if anyone has really built up that much of a substantial progress. Flubso still maintains control of that sniper tower, and Bastos just misses out on the repulsor boost back up the vent. That could have definitely made a little bit of a difference, so he can sneakily contest it, as we do have Marine getting a back smack onto Bastos, narrowly finds the perfect frag onto Sunrise as well, but Flubso will bail him out. He has lost control of the sniper tower as well, but Warlord is quick to rectify the situation. Marine credited with that one, I should say. Then we almost have CSG locking in their 3rd point, but they want to hold off just for a little bit to try to get that OS, but they've lost out on that endeavor as well. Now you may as well lock in this 3rd hill before you cut your losses and move on.
That was smart from Marine there, to just sit in that event with the repulsor and wait for the overshield guy to charge in at him, and positioned himself in a way that he flung that overshield player out of the hill and managed to get himself and his team a couple more seconds in that hill, and a bit more time for his team to respawn and make their way over to the hill and help him out with that overshield. That's the sort of stuff you want to see. I do love seeing those tiny little bits of details that some people overlook, but he's clearly thinking about what he's doing in that situation.
Yeah. It's not necessarily like a 3 million IQ play, but it is just clever enough to make you go, wow, here and there. Still, really, really nice to see, but for the time being, BH3 seemingly managed to pull and sweep the rug from underneath the feet of CSG. It seemed as if CSG were actually poised to win that hill in the center of the map, but I don't know, you blink once and you miss the entire thing apparently, because BH3, they are back with a fury, with an absolute vengeance. They are threatening CSG to be eliminated from this tournament without seeing the light of day and without getting a chance to replay this grand final. All they need is one more point to close this one off before they win their first online tournament. It would be monumentous if they can get it done, but what a shot coming out from Marine. He sticks the two-piece as well. He will get shut down by Squashy, and Bastos now picks up the sniper rifle to ensure that Warlord can safely sit on green and rack up points.
Yeah, it was another sort of situation, a bit of deja vu again, where it was the overshield in that fifth hill that really won them that. They prioritized that and sacrificed a bit of hill time, and then decided, you know what, we'll get this overshield, get in the hill, and buy a bit more time for the rest of the team to get there, and it works. It's why it's a sometimes you just have to go for the power-ups and the power weapons on the map, because they give you these openings that not many, like you can't just get that advantage when you spawn. You have to go and fight for it. You have to earn it. You have to sacrifice a bit of hill time and believe in your team that you're going to get that overshield and do something with it. But it looks like here they might end up missing out, and there's a lovely triple.
Man, I think this is the first time that we've ever seen Marine be this absolutely cracked. Up until this point, it was nothing but flub. So we were living in his world for the longest time, but man, he just teleported from the Warhammer 40k series, because Marine is just on an absolute tear right now. 25 kills to his name, top fragging within the server, and definitely securing CSG their third point in this Strongholds matchup, or King of the Hill matchup, I should say. And now it could be anybody's game, the final hill between these two, to see if we are going to go all the way to a game 7, or if this grand final is going to be brought to an unceremonious halt for CatSmile. It is a nice two-piece being dished out yet again by Marine. He is the sole player keeping this CatSmile side alive on King of the Hill. He will finally be shut down by Sunrise, but he's bought the rest of the Cats enough time to start working that map and start vying for control yet again. But now Squashy hopping up to the top of Sniper Tower. He's got himself the high ground. He shuts down Anakin Skywalker as he impersonates Mr. Obi-Wan Kenobi himself.
Yeah, it's not a good position that CatSmile are in. They really need to regain control of that tower, as Sana tries to do there and is just unable to do so. You gain so many sight lines for that hill. You can watch on the left side from outside where Overshield is. You can watch the nest, top middle. If you've got good ears, you can hear the people pushing below you. But again, we see Burning Heads prioritize getting the Overshield over getting the hill, because this is their strategy. They think we can get the Overshield and we cause a distraction, buy ourselves some more time inside that hill.
Now it's starting to look really, really rough, because, well, the Cats, they're starting to drop like flies. Unfortunately enough, Marine, the last player alive until the rest respawns, and now, with those respawns being so damn far away, you've got Burning Heads with more than enough time that they could ask for to continuously rack up progress. Flub, so what on earth was that? He's going in for more. He's not done just yet, but he gets shut down instead, and it is still the Burning Heads to maintain control of this hill. Eventually, Marine says no, and he batters down Sunrise. Squashy and Bastos are the last two players to keep this hill alive. They're very scared about even setting foot on these hills, because they'll be caught out in the open. Suddenly, CSG are finally letting us, they're finally showing us exactly where their claws have been hiding this whole time.
But the problem is, it might be too little too late. The clock does stop when you're inside the hill, but there's only 5 seconds left, so they don't have much breathing room. If they're going to stay in that hill, they have to make sure they keep whoever is in that hill alive and inside of it. If they step out, even for a few seconds, the game could be over.
Yeah.
4-3, the clock is almost done. They're outside of the hill, and it's gone into overtime.
Oh, not like this. They force out overtime, and that actually resets the clock back up to 2 minutes. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that was so big brain. Now it is sudden death for both of these two teams. Progress has not been reset on this hill. We carry from where we left it off, as Squashy is the last player alive. The rest of his team has been completely wiped, and you can see the Cats have encroached on his position. They smack him down. They will simply draw the curtains on the burning heads. The overshield of Sonro is going to distract them for long enough, and it doesn't even bloody matter. It is the Cats to literally reverse sweep their way into a 7th game in this grand final.
Meow. That's all I have to say. It's just meow. It was crazy.
Whew.
They've proven that they are really strong on that map. Even when it was looking rough for them, they rallied together and they made sure that, lads, we're not going to lose this. Come on, we've got to get this bracket reset. We've got to get to at least a game 7 and give everyone who's watching a good show.
I'm left almost entirely speechless. It's almost just as entertaining as the Quadrant v NaVi final that we saw in the first 4K tournament at the very, very start of the year as well, where NaVi were almost able to get a full reverse sweep going on. They forced out a grand final reset and then unfortunately got smacked 4-0 by Quadrant, but it was still one hell of a series of Halo. And this might just actually topple it in terms of entertainment value purely. Still though, Game 7, Recharge Slayer. BH3 took the previous Slayer game at the very, very start of the series, and then CatSmile clapped back with a win on Pit, which didn't really seem, it didn't even look as if it was actually possible given just how poorly they performed on Slayer in the winners bracket final. But this is an entirely new shade of CatSmile that we are seeing in this grand final. They look much more ferocious than ever.
I guess you could say they're more like lions.
Yeah,
you know, they've woken up. It's especially Marine. That last game, he popped off. He almost hit the 30 kills, and at times it felt like he was the reason they still had control of hills and certain parts of the map. Yeah. He's had a rough series so far, but he's shown that he's had the coffee now. He's fully awake and he's raring to go. And with all this, like I said before, with all this trash talk he was doing in the lobby chat that unfortunately we can't show everyone, he was saying he's getting a bracket reset. He was saying he's getting a reverse sweep.
He's fighting for it. I don't know if he took his coffee, if he just had a little bit of a late breakfast, if he snorted nondescript gamer supplements down his nose, whatever it is, it has been working out pretty damn well for Marine, and he is quite literally leading this team through the trenches to a potential victory here this evening. I mean, even if they get themselves a grand final reset, obviously you have to do it all over again, but just the ability to get it done within one regular best of 7 is already enough bragging rights altogether versus a team like the Burning Heads, who still are your reigning Gamers Assembly champions, the only LAN tournament to have been played all year long within Europe, and BH3 were the only team to have won it outright so far. If CatSmile are able to take them down, they could potentially just start beefing their way through the top 4 as well. Not necessarily taking the fight directly to Quadrant and NaVi just yet, but slowly with baby steps, they're starting to work their way up there. Or should I say with kitten steps. Either way, though, we are just moments away from getting into the last game of regulation within this first grand final, potentially in brackets. Slayer on Recharge. Do you have a favorite in this one, Mr. TNC? Do you have a particular favorite that you just want to win with your whole heart and soul?
Yeah, if I'm gonna be real, I've always got to go CatSmile. Ever since they've shown up, I love everything about them. I'm a big cat guy myself, and the lads associated with those teams and those rosters that CatSmile have had, I like all of them. So for me, it's got to be CatSmile. I like the lads on BH3, I really do. But if you're asking me to pick between a smiling cat and a burning head, I'm gonna go with a smiling cat every day.
I mean, even though I don't want to seem too biased, their Twitch emotes for CatSmile is also much cooler than the BH3 one. That's just, it's not even a competition. It's not even a competition. Tell you what, if CatSmile win this one, I'll have Mr. EuropaHalo change the logo of the Discord server to the CatSmile head, just for a day.
You know what?
Just for a day.
You know what? Since I'm the second, since I'm the number 2 at Europa,
Yeah.
I will do that. If CatSmile win this reverse sweep and then they win the next series 4-0, I'll change the Europa Discord picture to CatSmile's face.
Let's do it. Done deal. But now, obviously, they'll have to show us if they can do it within the server. Let's hop right into the action, right back into the swing of things. It is Bastos, the first player to fall, as we do have CSG drawing first blood. Unfortunately enough for them, though, they have lost out on 3 players as the respawns start to come on through. It is Squashy. Through the chaos, he emerges. A wolf in sheep's clothing as he's got that active camo already strapped to his chest, and Bastos joining in on the fun with the shock rifle as well. They have got Sonro on an island, and they easily shut him down. Already 5 kills to boot for BH3.
Yeah, 5-2 here. Burning Heads clearly don't want to go to this bracket reset, and now it's 6-2. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to go to a bracket reset if I'm in their position. I wouldn't want to be in their position to begin with. I'd want it to be a nice quick 4-0. But the cards that you're dealt, you've gone to a game 7, and if you're there, you want to say, yeah, we're gonna win this as easy as possible. Now they've got that nice little 5-kill lead there. A couple of gooses still, unfortunately, around the Cats. It's not what they want. They need to get their heads in the game a little bit here.
Still early days, though. The opportunity to rectify the poor kill record is still very much in the air, but when you've got Bastos firing on all cylinders and just magnetizing those shots, getting himself oh my goodness, he absolutely farms with the BR. A triple kill already dealt within the first minute of action so far. This is demoralizing for the Cats. They will eventually get 1 kill back into their favor. It is his Sonro finding another perfect with that shock rifle inside of pipes, but they've only just got half of the kills that BH3 have put up so far.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hill that they've got to climb and that they've fallen into. Typical curious Cats, they end up places that they don't really want to be at the end of the day, and unfortunately that's where CatSmile are at the moment. But they are clawing their way back here. The gap has gotten a little bit slower, and unfortunately I've just noticed the Marine is on a goose, and that's not what you want to see. You want to see the Marine from last game who dropped a 30 bomb. It was almost positive 10, I think it was. That you want to see him slaying and doing bits for his team. You're 6 kills down, and you don't really want to be in that position right now.
No. I mean, he's definitely still got time to get back into the swing of things, you know, get his head back in the right game space. He will eventually get his first frag as well, so that gap is all the way back down to 2. But obviously, for CatSmile, this is not how things should have started off. I mean, they were down 7 kills at a certain point, and I mean, you've already gone through more than a couple of those 9 lives that you Cats typically have. And there is no more room for mistakes right here. At the very least, the scoreline being set at 18-17 does mean that there is an opportunity. There is hope for them to tie things up, which they do. And we're going to hop on with Bastos, who is quickly working his way through the map. Doesn't necessarily want to get, you know, killed by those plasma grenades exploding in his face, so he'll get the job done himself. But an absolute massacre taking place inside of pipes as it goes inside of the Cat's favor instead.
Yeah, and you've got to point out that CatSmile have brought it back. They were down by quite a bit, and they've decided, you know what, now we're going to start playing. We're going to sort it out. They had a little bit of a brief lead there for a couple of seconds, but I would take a 1 or 2 kill gap over the gap that they had before, which I think was about 6 or 7. It's definitely not the kind of gaps that you want to be clawing your way back from. If anything, you want to be in the lead. And hopefully, I mean, they can get back there. They've clawed their way back. They've shown that they can play well enough to get a bunch of kills, to string a bunch of slays together. Ooh. They just need to make sure that they keep doing that and stay on top of their game, work together well as a team, like they seem to be doing, at least as far as the assists, the story the assists are telling. That's what's happening. Yeah. But Sunriz managed to get the camo with a 5-kill lead. Burning Heads has. It's not really ideal for the Cats.
Definitely not. The Cats, they had a brief moment of elation followed by crippling depression as reality is starting to kick in once again. That gap has been reset back to 6 kills as BH3, they were tired of getting kicked about. They're doing a little bit of the kicking themselves. Bastos finds Zove as he tries to get out of harm's way with that grapple shot, but just narrowly gets caught at the right moment by Bastos. And now, yeah, CSG, they have to pump the brakes a little bit, reevaluate the situation, and come up with a new game plan, because you can already see how slow the BH3 side are starting to play. They've got the kill advantage, they've got time on their side, and they're going to take the fight directly in towards Pipes. Zove's trying to bail them out, and somehow CSG get away with a 2v1 gunfight as well. They shut down Squashy. Now Sunrise is trying to come in for the cleanup, but he just walked into his own casket.
Yeah, that was a good little bit of bait and switching in there with the tunnel. Player with the plasma pistol peeks out, gets a couple shots off, backs away, lets his teammate with him poke out and finish him off. That's what they're going to need in order to close this gap. You're not going to close the gap if you keep trading out kills. And you're not going to trade out. You're not going to close the gap if you just lose your gunfights. But Warlord, he's on a spree now. That's 5 kills unanswered from him, and the gap is 8 kills. You need to shut him down and stop him for what he's doing. He's 14-7. That's a 2-0 KD. He's got 9 assists to go with it. It's crazy what he's doing in a Slayer.
Yeah, it is super crazy. And what's even crazier is the fact that at a moment's notice, CSG looked like the most competent team on the planet throughout this entire tournament, and now they look as disconnected as ever. A 9-kill gap that you somehow have to claw your way back from. Sure, they did it once at the very, very start of this grand final, but having to do it twice all over again, or risk being eliminated from the tournament without getting a shot at a grand final reset, they're going to have to dig deeper than they ever have. Flubso, at the very least, gets away with the active camo, drops back into the shadows, and he has got the grapple shot as well, but his shields are stripped, and he has to play this very, very safely. Now on one shot, he finally gets cleaned up as Sunrise claims his life. All that BH3 need are just 4 more kills with a 10-round or a 10-kill cushion, I should say. They are poised to win their first online tournament.
Yeah, and once they got that 46th kill, all 4 were dead, so all they really needed to do is identify where they're spawning and collapse on the team as they spawn in that one location. It seems they tried to do that. They managed to get 1 kill out of it. It's not really the ideal thing that they were looking for. But Marine, he's trying to keep him in the game a little bit here. He's still going -5, but he's got a double kill. I don't know if that was a double kill, but he's got back-to-back kills there.
Yeah,
He's just got another assist there. They're keeping themselves in the game. They've not given up a death, and I think it is about 4 kills. That's 5.
yeah.
So there you go. The gap is now
They
only
might do
5
it.
kills. It was 10.
That's a trade, though. That doesn't bode
4
all too
kills
well
now.
for CSG. They need 6 more kills, and BH3, they only need 2 more to see themselves out the door. And they've already lost out on capitalizing on Sunrise, who had just slipped through that Pipes window. Now Bastos is rotating back over towards Heaven. They do shut down Warlord, but Squashy finds a kill onto Zove. Now they need just 1 more frag as the active camo comes online. Who dares make the first move to pick it up all to themselves? Sonro, caught out in the open, will have to bail out on the engagement. Now attention turned towards that active camo, back down to Blue Pipes. He will get peppered up, and he has to try to keep his life until Squashy can go for a free AC pickup, but no, it's Bastos with the disruptor rifle to crush the hopes and dreams of the Cats. They have lost out on all 9 of their lives. It is BH3 following Gamers Assembly picking up their first win in an online tournament to qualify themselves for the spring finals as well.
Yeah, it's great to see them winning an event like this for the first time. They've been around in Halo for many years, as far back as I remember as Halo 5, but I really wouldn't be surprised if they were around even before that. And it's nice to see them do well. It's nice to see an organization that has been in Halo, specifically European Halo, for so long, get some sort of payout for it, to see some sort of success from getting second at the first French LAN of the year, which is the one not many people know about. And then, like you mentioned before, they won the second French LAN that we had this year. And now they've only gone on and won themselves the second Open of the NaVi EuropaHalo Spring Series. And they will be joining NaVi in the finals.
Yeah, indeed they will. And that does mean that, well, we've still got at the very least a few more, well, technically 6 more teams to book their tickets into the spring finals, one through an automatic win in next week's open division and the rest through points alone. So even as eventful as tonight's tournament has been so far, the festivities do not finish, and that means that if you yourself also want to participate, you can go ahead and do that for next week. Just get a couple of the lads together and go ahead and sign up on the Faceit page, and you might have a shot at playing versus BH3 and NaVi as well, mate. It's been one hell of a day, but unfortunately enough, we have to start closing it off, and I kind of don't want it to. I kind of just want to sit and revel in the moment for a little bit longer because it's been such a crazy, crazy day.
Yeah, it's been great. I've enjoyed it.
It's been super duper fun, but at the very least, we are going to have to sign off for the evening. So I'd like to thank each and every single one of you guys for coming out into the Twitch chat and for watching throughout all of tonight's games. Big congratulations to BH3, the Burning Heads, for booking their ticket into the spring finals. Commiserations to CatSmile. They gave it their all, and unfortunately, you guys won't be seeing the cat on EuropaHalo's Discord as the icon. You might be able to get that done next week, but still, though, they have got an opportunity in next week's final open series to automatically book themselves a ticket so they don't have to worry about points all too much. But from myself, from MrTeaNC, and from the rest of the production, we'd like to thank you guys so much for tuning in. Then be sure to be back here next week, Saturday, if not probably Sunday. We'll keep you guys posted. Make sure to follow us on Twitter at EuropaHalo for all of the updates for next week's final open series. And we'll see you guys then for the very, very final qualification for the finals. Until then, take care, stay safe, and we'll catch you guys all on the flip side.